Okay, hello everybody. It's Aaron here. I apologize for the lengthy disappearance. Well, I've been posting shorts, but I haven't been posting like full-length videos, and I'm just kind of recording this on my phone right now because I need a little bit of an intro bit. But there's a bit of an intro in just a second, but I wanted to record this and just say there was some issues with making this video. I had it all edited, and then something got corrupted or something happened, and it wouldn't export. So I had to do like some a sketchy way of recovery. And so I apologize if you hear any like notifications, any like dings or something. They shouldn't interfere with anything, but just in case like you hear something happen, I apologize for that. I did not want to spend another several weeks recording and editing a brand new video. So I apologize in advance if anything goes wrong, but yeah, so let's get into the actual intro bit. This is the last video like this that I've uploaded. And I apologize for that, but I'm going to try to keep this intro bit short because I know for a fact that this video is already going to be really, really long. So, yeah, so we'll just get into it right now. So this is going to be an explanation, a redo of my original explanation of my entire sort of universe that I've created. And all the characters, storylines, everything that happens. This is going to be a summary of pretty much everything in it, and so it's going to be pretty long. I will get that out the gate right now. It's going to be really long. So get your blankets, get your snacks, get whatever you want ready, and I'll try to make this as interesting as possible to listen to, because I'm sure probably most of you are not going to want to sit here and watch me for like 3 hours or whatever, however long this ends up being. Just sit and watch me like look off the camera reading my notes. So I'll try to make this as interesting as possible to listen to rather than watch. But I will try to throw in some stuff that you can look at on the screen if you do end up like watching this on like a TV or something. But anyway, with that out of the way, let's just go ahead and get started because this is going to take me a long time. So let's go. Okay, so we're going to start off with a few like definitions and just some things to keep in mind while I'm explaining this whole thing. So first of all, an entity is any living organism that possesses any level of intelligence. So a human would be considered an entity. Any sort of like cosmic being would be considered an entity, but something like a cat or like any animal that doesn't really possess, you know, like knowledge or consciousness, that would not be considered an entity. And then another thing that you need to keep in mind, there is no multiverse in this universe. You're gonna hear me talk a little bit about like life from other dimensions, but the way I've set this up is other dimensions exist within the greater universe. So think of it like a smartphone. The greater universe is the actual phone itself, and the other dimensions are like apps. So each other dimension kind of has its own way of doing things, but they're all connected to the greater like object. So the universe itself would be the phone, and then the apps would be the dimensions. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so entities are given classes based upon their relation to the greater universe and kind of how much influence they have over them. And so, and then you have their power level from 0 to 100. So, so you have standard beings, which would be kind of like human. A standard being is any entity possessing general intelligence, but usually low levels of power. So think like humans, any sort of like human-like extraterrestrial, stuff like that. And so standard beings have power ranges from, or have class ranges from 0 to 5, and the power ranges aren't like set in stone. So you can have a standard being that is above 5, but this is just kind of like where the average standard being or whatever further beings have, so that's just kind of like the average. Then you have subcosmic, which is any entity possessing a medium to high level of power, interstellar travel without use of technology, and sometimes intradimensional travel. It varies, but the general power classes range from 5 to 50. And so we'll have some, I'll give you some examples later, but examples would be starlings or users of ancient magic. And then you have cosmic, which is any entity whose power exceeds that of subcosmic, possessing unknown levels of power, terraforming, dimensional manipulation, immortality, other godlike powers. And so far in this universe, we've only got one cosmic level being, and so that ends up being a very big issue for the main characters in this universe. And so you'll see that in a moment. And then you have supernatural beings. So these are kind of like anomalies in the greater universe. They don't really have a place because they have very varying levels of power and varying levels of influence over the universe. And so they aren't native to the greater universe dimension, like the sort of like they aren't native to the home screen of the phone. They're native to one of the apps, and they can travel throughout with it on a whim. And so we'll have a couple of examples like Darklings and Fear. You'll get more information on them later in the video. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to characters. So these are the latest iterations of the characters. This is them in their last appearance in the storyline. So quick note, superset. I'll mention superset. I just kind of use that as abbreviation for the general superpowers that you get with a lot of different superheroes, like super strength, super speed, superhuman agility, endurance, durability, stuff like that. Just kind of like the generic stuff. So that'll just be that's just there as an abbreviation, so I don't have to list everything out all at once. So we got Aaron Carter, and I know his name is Aaron, and the reason for that, I'll get this out of the way now. The reason for that is because I came up with this character when I was 10 years old, and I couldn't think of any other name, and so I just chose my own. He's not a self-insert or anything, although I did give some of my own personal traits to him, I guess, but he's not a self-insert character. And he's sort of the main character, but really there isn't a main character, because different storylines will revolve around different characters, but overall he is one of the big characters in the whole universe. Think like Iron Man in the MCU. But this guy, his superhero name is Matchstick. He is class 3 standard. He has superset fire and heat immunity, pyrokinesis, and then he can also survive in low oxygen environments. And then we have we have Aaron Carter, and then we have Rebecca Carter, formerly Davis. Her superhero name is Phoenix, and she has the same powers as Aaron Carter, aside from she also can teleport. And then she's also class 3 in standard, I should say. Then we have Plasma, whose superhero name is Plasma. He is class 45 subcosmic, and he has superset very high potency, which means that he his super strength and everything is at extremely high levels. And then he has lightning-based powers, light speed travel, space travel, flight, interdimensional travel, sort of. Highly extended lifespan. He's probably about 6,000 years old by the time he appears first in the storyline. And then he can contend with cosmic level entities for a limited period of time. And then we have Rachel Arnold's, whose superhero name is Amethyst, and she is a class 20 standard, our first sort of deviation from the normal average range of standard beings. So she is class 20, and her powers are telekinesis and then 360-degree sensory detection. So essentially, she can sense everything around her at all times. And my reasoning for that is because she has telekinesis, but how can you move something with your mind if you don't know it's there? So she would be able to know that this little Lego guy behind me right there is there without having to see him. So that's kind of how I explain that. Then we have Timothy Maximoff, whose superhero name is TM. Yes, very creative. Another character that I came up with like when I was like 10. And he is class 4 standard. His powers are peak human conditioning, and then he's very, very hyper intelligent, which comes from his technokinesis, which essentially means he can control electronics and technology with his mind. And so, using that heightened intelligence and technokinesis, he created a super suit, think like Iron Man, that has access to a very powerful gemstone called the Wanderer's Stone. We'll get to that, and we'll get that later. But that provides him with a super set, and then lasers, missiles, just varying levels of weaponry. He has like blades and stuff, just the generic stuff. So anyway, then we have Thomas Erickson, whose superhero name is Necromancer, and he is class 40 subcosmic. So this is our first human that is a subcosmic level character, and I think he's our only human that's a subcosmic. Could be wrong on that one. Actually, I am wrong on that one. You'll see that in a second. Anyway. But he has 360-degree sensory detection, and he is a wielder of ancient magic, which is not something that I've gone super in detail with in the universe of how it kind of works. I need to figure that out, really. But for what you need to know now, it's just a very, very powerful level, or it's a very powerful magic system that just grants the wielder all these various different types of powers and allows them to be a subcosmic being. It's a thing that kind of fixes any sort of ailment that the person has, and so Thomas Erickson is actually physically blind, but because of his ancient magic, he has sight, but in a different sense, and that's what gives him the 360-degree detection. Okay, so then we have Rhinor, and another character that my friend and I actually came up with when we were like 6. This is the oldest. This guy is the oldest character, as far as he's the first one that of this entire list that was actually created, and so he is class 30 standard, and so he has a superset extreme durability, and I mean this guy can tank pretty much anything you throw at him, and then he also has alien biology, so this guy's actually like 10 feet tall. His appearance is that of more like a triceratops than a rhino, but we'll find out later. Rhinor is actually the name given to him by a human scientist that found him, and so it's not actually his real name. But yeah, the scientists were being real creative when they came up with the name Rhinor. But anyway, so that's what you need to know about him. Then we have Tom and Calamari, and this is kind of like 2 characters in one because they're pretty much inseparable. So class 2 subcosmic, so they're not exactly the most powerful, but Tom specifically is the subcosmic one. And so Tom is a standard human with access to a gauntlet containing a Wanderer's Stone, and so the Wanderer's Stone grants him a super set, like super strength, super speed, all that. And then he can shoot laser beams using the gauntlet, and the most important thing that gives him the subcosmic designation is interdimensional travel. So the Wanderer's Stone actually grants the user the ability to travel through dimensions. And the reason why TM doesn't have that, doesn't have the subcosmic designation, is because he's using a replica that he created. So anyway. And then Calamari is a very highly intelligent octopus, or quadrupus, really. It's an octopus, but he has 4 legs, or 4 tentacles, or whatever, that comes from another dimension, but it's kind of like, he's basically like constantly with Tom. It's like, think about Rocket Raccoon and Groot. that's kind of the relationship that these two have. So then we have Axon, who is class 4 standard. He has alien biology, and I've actually created a lot of biology sheets to kind of show these the different biology for these different creatures, and so I'll throw these up for the ones that I have. And so with Axon, we have an Irune alien biology, which is the name of the species. He has super set, and then weapon mastery, highly advanced technology, and access to a very powerful army, because he's a general of that army. And then he has an IQ somewhere above 200, and there's not really any sort of indication of how intelligent he is, but we know it's somewhere above 200. And then we have Zag, who is Axon's co-general and best friend. He is class 8 standard. He has alien biology Kree-Vul with a superset with above average potency, which means that he has a lot more. He has quite a bit more power than just the average superset, but not quite as much as like someone like Plasma. Weapon mastery, he has 4 arms, which is part of his alien biology. And then he has IQ somewhere above 180, so not quite as intelligent as Axon, but he's still up there quite a bit. And then he also has access to a powerful army because he's co-general. Then we have Lucas Robertson, Paradox. Now we're getting into the villains. So this is Lucas Robertson, Paradox, and he is class 5 standard. And so he has superset phasing, which means he can like phase through objects. He can become intangible essentially. Teleportation, and then energy blast. But the energy blast, I should mention, cause him quite a deal of pain when he uses them. But anyway, so he's a pretty nasty guy. We'll see later. So then we have Haywire, who is which is a group of individuals that have all kind of been given the same name. And so their classes range from 1 to 8, and depending on how powerful they are, and they're all standard. And so their powers vary. Some of them have flight, some of them have super strength, some of them have energy-based attacks. But no matter the constant that remains with all of them is that their powers are barely kept under control. They're very they all seem like they're struggling quite a bit to control the powers that they have. So yeah, and so then we have Seraphim, who we don't know his first name, but we know that his surname is Arnold's, as in he's related to Rachel Arnold's Amethyst that I talked about earlier. And so he is class 30 standard, and he has the same powers as Rachel does, with telekinesis and 360-degree sensory detection, except for his are a lot more powerful. So then we have the Prisoner, who is class 15 supernatural, and so he's a regular human, and but he possesses control over an entire living dimension, and I'll talk more about that when we get there. But it's sort of like he's been there for so long that the dimension has kind of taken over him, and he's gone insane. And he also has sort of magical, like pseudo-magical abilities. Not quite ancient magic level, but he does have some magical powers that allow him to do different things. And so then we have Darklings, which is a group of 4 individuals. And so their classes respectively 4, 6, 12, and 14. All of them are supernatural. And so each of them sort of have different primary powers. So one of them has flight, one of them has incredible strength, one of them has speed, and one of them has heightened intelligence. And they possess a hive mind, and they are capable of psychological manipulation, as well as interdimensional travel, but that's kind of implied with the supernatural designation. Then we have Fear. Fear is one of my favorite villains in this entire storyline, because rather than being rather than being like just a generic evil villain, which not all of these are, but rather than just being like some classic villain that you're used to, Fear is actually really cool and really funny. And his whole I won't spoil the actual storyline that he's part of, but his whole thing doesn't like, he's not exactly a classic villain that you'll just see. You'll have to wait for that storyline. But I really like him. He's really fun. So nobody knows his class. He doesn't have a class designation like a number, but he is supernatural. And so he has a superset with high potency shadow manipulation ? It's not really not really sure how that works, but it appears to be shadow manipulation when he uses it. Teleportation, psychological manipulation, weapon mastery, immortality, and telepathy. So he's got a lot of powers at his disposal, and you'll see how he uses those when we get to the storyline that he's in. And then we have the big one, the Dark Lord. And the Dark Lord is our only cosmic level entity, and he is class 100. And so his powers are, prepare yourself, a superset with extremely high potency, as in this guy is a real problem just with his superset. Flight, interstellar travel, interdimensional travel, dimensional manipulation, access to a large army, self-cloning, terraforming, full body regeneration even if every single atom in his body is destroyed, energy-based powers, and then power growth upon taking life. So his power becomes, he gets more powerful the more life that he takes. And then the coolest power that I think he has is called one-man army, and that essentially means that when fighting a group of people, his body will automatically adapt and start, like, his body, without him having to do anything, will just automatically become stronger and faster, and it'll just do that just automatically based on how many people that he's fighting, so that he will always come out on top using the least amount of energy that he needs to. So that is all of our characters for now, and we're about to get into the storylines, but I should mention the storylines that I have here. I've rearranged them. I've rearranged several of them from the last time that I did this because it just makes more sense and it's cooler. But also, when we get to the last one, that is not the end. That won't be the end, because I have another storyline that I'm working on right now, but it's just not finished enough to actually include in this video. So, yeah, so it's not the end. This is not like gonna be it. This is just what I have so far. And so, without further ado, let's just go ahead and get into the storylines. Okay, so storyline time. So the first one that we have is titled The Beginning. So here we go. Aaron Carter is a 15-year-old superhuman whose parents and family were killed on his 10th birthday in an explosion. And so because of that, he suffers from severe PTSD and many mental illnesses just due to the stress from that. And then he was also bullied in his school and orphanage before he left to just fend for himself. So he works for a wealthy elderly woman, just kind of cleaning her apartment, just that kind of just trying to get by. And she actually pays him a lot more than he is working for, just because she feels bad for him and she's got the money. So, that sort of thing. So very nice lady. But he also occasionally fights crime when he's feeling extra confident, but he doesn't do it a lot because he actually fears his own powers, and because of the bullying that he went through in school and at the orphanage, because the people that were bullying him made fun of his powers and told him that he was a monster, stuff like that. So that's kind of how he started to view himself. Don't bully kids; it really messes people up. But anyway, so so one day he's leaving work, he's leaving work, and he sees a massive 10-foot tall monster terrorizing a crowd of people. So based on the character descriptions, you probably already know who this is. But anyway, so this monster is speaking English, which is strange. But it's yelling the name Rebecca Davis, and so suddenly a man in an armored suit begins attacking the creature with lasers, flying around it, but then is quickly dispatched. And so Aaron, realizing that he can't just sit around and watch, this thing is terrorizing a crowd of people, decides to run, and he doesn't have anything to hide his identity and or anything like that, which he normally does, because at this point the world doesn't know that superheroes are a thing. They're all hiding in secret, and so, but despite that, he just decides that he's gonna just run and attack this creature, but quickly realizes that he's quite outmatched for this. But despite that, he continues to fight, and after being knocked down several times, he gets worried, but then a red-haired woman about the same age as him emerges from the crowd, nods at him, and then engages in the fight with him. And eventually the monster starts to back away and realizes it's outmatched and is forced to retreat, especially after Aaron lifts a car above his head, which he didn't even know that he could do that, and neither did the monster, and so the fight's over. And so Aaron and the woman approach each other, and then and the woman introduces herself as Rebecca Davis, who is the one that the monster was yelling for, and she asks him to coffee. And so the two exchange stories while they're getting their coffee. And so Rebecca reveals that her parents were very protective and heavily scolded her for using her powers in public, which is why she didn't jump out and fight the monster immediately. And so Aaron then shares with her his fear of himself and his powers. And so after they finish their coffee, Rebecca invites him on a hill in a field outside of the city at sunset later that week. And so Aaron arrives, and she meets him and offers to teach him how to use his powers because, fun fact, she has the same ones. And so the two share the same power set. So she teaches him meditation as well, and the two begin to see each other more and more often. And so months later, a weather broadcast showing incoming storms is interrupted by an emergency broadcast showing the monster from months ago storming through the suburbs where Rebecca had told Aaron that she lived. So this guy probably was eavesdropping on them at some point and heard that, and then this is now what he's doing. And so Aaron is immediately distraught and drops everything and runs at nearly 30 miles an hour because, again, he's got a super set. Runs at nearly 30 miles an hour to the suburbs, and then he's recognized by a bunch of people on the way, and because now that they've been being superheroes in public, everybody's recognizing them. They're on the news, stuff like that. And so when he gets there, he sees Rebecca arguing with her parents outside with the monster in a small cul-de-sac just beyond them, not facing them though, which is strange. And he's not engaging. And so Aaron stops, explains to her parents, with whom this is his first time meeting, that the public was ecstatic about superheroes making themselves known, but they still weren't having it. And so Rebecca's father was very distrustful of him, and so Aaron just doesn't argue, and he tells Rebecca, he's like, I can do this by myself. It's fine. This is I can take care of it. And so he goes up to the monster, and the monster starts to speak, tells him that it had been given the name Rhinor by the humans, and then tells Aaron that, and then the big bombshell tells Aaron that he knows him, and he was the one that caused the explosion that killed Aaron's family, and that explosion was intended to kill just Aaron, but because of his superpowers, Aaron was able to survive. so Rhinor reveals that he was trying to prove the people of his planet wrong, that they could become an intergalactic power, but the people didn't agree with him, and so now he's gone to Earth to try and prove his people wrong, that he can rule a planet, but he had to get rid of superheroes to do that. So that was kind of his goal, and so. Aaron told Rhinor to stop stalling and to fight, and so Rhinor obliged and just stopped talking, and the two engaged. And so a long fight ensued, and Rebecca was still being restrained by her parents, but she was begging her parents, like, please let me go help him. And eventually the rain started, and Aaron's fire powers are no longer useful because obviously water, it's fire. And so the rain also caused the field that they were now fighting in to become more muddy and slippery and just like not good fighting conditions. And so that caused Rhinor to gain a big upper hand because he's got larger mass, and so and he's better at fighting, so he can sort of control himself better in the mud, and he obviously doesn't have fire powers that he was using, so that's not an issue for him. And the final straw came when Aaron leapt into the air and then was struck by lightning and fell to the ground. And so he's barely conscious at this point, and so Rebecca breaks free of her father's grip and ran to his aid, and Rhinor began berating him. But before he could deliver any finishing blow, Rebecca began attacking him relentlessly. But then she was beaten down too, onto the ground. And then her father takes out a gun and starts shooting Rhinor, and the bullets just bounce right off of him. But that makes Rhinor mad, and so he starts approaching Rebecca's parents. And so Aaron saw this, and fighting through the severe pain that was coursing through his body, leapt forward and attacked Rhinor, and he was actually using his fire powers again, despite the rain, and that's because his fire was burning hot enough that it was evaporating the rain before it could put the fire out. And so, after several minutes of more intense fighting, Rhinor was knocked down, and the police began to flood the scene, finally, and it took long enough. And so Rhinor was just restrained with chains, ropes, pretty much anything that they could get around him, to hold him down. That they just used. And so when Aaron went to go check on Rebecca, she was also making her way to him, and the two smiled at each other, and then they started to notice the residents of the neighborhood or the suburbs that they were in, as well as news broadcasters and stuff, and people were starting to surround them. And so now they're concerned and kind of looking around like, what's going on? And then one of them but then one person shouts, "We have superheroes," and everybody starts to cheer and applaud them. And then the crowd, and then a news crew broke their way through the crowd, and live on air asked the two what their superhero names were. To which Aaron replies, "I have no idea." And that is the end of the beginning. So I really like this story, and yeah, it's the first one I ever came up with. So there's a few issues here and there, but honestly, I just like it. It's really charming. And anyway, on to the next few. Okay, so before we move on to the second story, there's a couple things that happen like in between the first and second, and it's not anything that would be like its own primary story. It's just kind of like this sort of sets up the next bit, and so I figured I should mention these. So obviously, TM, we saw him in the last story, or in the first story, when he was fighting Rhinor. He came in for a little bit. He was the guy in the metal suit, obviously. And then we also have Plasma. Now, Plasma's entrance into the story is a little more complex than TM, because TM's already on Earth and stuff. And so I'll quickly go through sort of how Plasma gets into the whole Earth thing. Basically, basically, plasma is a species of extraterrestrial called a starling, and starlings live inside of stars, and they feed off of the radiation that exists in the middle, or in like the core of a star. And so he's not actually any like a physical being at this point. Rather, he is like basically made of pure energy, and so that's what allows him to live within a star. But anyway, a lot of times, or oftentimes, starlings will get bored because that's pretty much their whole life. They'll get bored of just sitting around inside of a star and just eating the radiation. And so they'll leave the star in search of some sort of, adventure, excitement, just something to like deliver them from the monotony of their life. And so Plasma is one of the starlings that's done this, and he goes and arrives on a planet, on the planet of Axon and Zag. Now, Axon and Zag are are co-generals of their planet's military, and the generals of their military are given what's basically a super soldier serum that gives them their like supernatural powers, like this supernatural strength and whatever. And specifically Zag, because he's a different species. The serum reacted with his blood a lot more violently, and so that gave him a lot more capacity with the same serum, if that makes sense. But anyway, so Plasma goes to their planet, and at this point he's still just a ball of energy, like just an amorphous mass essentially. And Axon's people actually had theorized for a long time about the existence of starlings, and so he kind of had sort of an idea of how they would work. And so anyway, so he is able to communicate with the starling because the starlings have what's called omnitongue, and omnitongue basically means that once they receive an audio like sample of any language, they are able to understand it and replicate it perfectly. And so with this omnitongue, Plasma, who is still in starling form at this point, is able to understand and just kind of communicate with Axon, and they end up talking, and eventually Plasma tells Axon he's looking for some sort of adventure or excitement, and Axon says, well, we have a lot of databanks about different planets that we visited over the thousands of years of our species' existence. And so he ends up pointing Plasma to Earth, because Earth is one of the more recent visits that they've done, and Earth is still very primitive in technology, comparatively speaking to a lot of planets around them, and so they're the best fit for the most what Plasma would be able to do the most for that species. And so Plasma, and so they give Plasma sort of a synopsis of how Earth, like human DNA and what humans look like, and Plasma is actually able to form his body to create a physical version, or his own version of a human form. And what's interesting about that is his starling biology is transferred into this form, but it takes a long time for his body to actually be able to, or his new human body to be able to adapt to his starling powers. And so right now he's just kind of a normal human, and he doesn't have any supernatural powers that he had as a starling, and it's going to take quite a long time for those powers to fully manifest and adapt into his body. And so anyway, so Axon provides him with a one-person spaceship that can transport him to Earth without him needing to fly. And so the specific human form that Plasma took on was that of a Japanese person. And so Axon actually tells him, like, hey, this is like your body mimic or looks like this people group on Earth, the Japanese people, and so this is where you need to go, and pinpoints the location on Earth where Plasma needs to go, which is Japan. And so Plasma goes to Japan, and essentially the whole thing is he's sort of developing his powers, and it takes him a while. He pretty much gets his powers one at a time. At first it starts with just super strength, and then he goes and gets the electricity powers and all that, and then he makes his way to the US, and gets into some trouble in the salt flats of Utah with the US military, where he's pretty much like, hey, I don't want to fight you guys because I would absolutely win, and I'm just here to be just sort of a normal guy. And eventually he makes his way to where Aaron, Rebecca, and Timothy are, and sort of joins their team, and they become friends and all that sort of stuff. So that's sort of how Plasma enters the whole storyline. Just a very, very quick synopsis, but, it's there. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the second big story in this, in everything, and this one I've titled The Dark Lord Arrives. So this one is where things start to get pretty crazy. So here we go. On a seemingly average day, a dark cloud sort of covers the whole area of the city, and a very large, and I'll give a sort of estimate, probably about 7 feet tall, dark figure with green glowing eyes descends upon the city, and the figure has a hood and a cape and looks very similar to a person, but obviously he's really, really tall, so it's kind of strange. And this man requests the superhero team that consisting of the 4 members: Aaron, Rebecca, Timothy, and Plasma. And this man asks for them, and so the team goes to the location, and they're surrounded by the police force as well. And the being is like, the being basically asks them if they are capable of defending their planet, and Plasma quickly answers, absolutely we are, because like I've mentioned previously, he was formed in the inside of a star, so he's pretty powerful, and the team is like really confident, especially with Plasma on their side, that they can pretty much take down any threat to Earth or to pretty much anything that they need to. And anyway, so the being kind of scoffs at this, and then just immediately just attacks Plasma and ends up severely injuring him. And then he looks at the rest of them and tells them that they have 5 days until he takes the world as his next victim. And so the team is like in a panic now, because they've never seen anybody capable of injuring Plasma before. And so they start to like rack their brains, like, what can we do? Like, how do we prepare for this? And without any knowledge of like any other like superheroes, super powered people, that they can like ask for help, they end up being like, well, we've got to have somebody that knows superhuman, like about superhumans in the area, that we can ask for help. And so they end up going back to Rhinor, who is kept in this very, very high security prison, and they have to like make their way past the guards and sort of sneak in there, and they're like, hey, we need your help. There's this dude that's trying to attack Earth, and we need more superhuman people to like help fight this guy. And Rhinor's sort of reluctant. He's like, why should I help you? And they're like, well, if your plan is to conquer Earth, it's going to be kind of hard to do that if there's no Earth left to conquer. And so eventually Reinor's like, fine, I guess. But he adds one stipulation, and that is that if he helps them after he's finished with whatever helping them fight and gather people, he's like, you have to let me go. You have to let me free. And they're like, fine, we'll figure something out. And so Reinor eventually, they break him out, and then they have to like sneak their way out because obviously the guards are not going to be happy about them letting this giant alien monster back out onto the streets of anywhere. But Reinor provides them with one person that he thinks would be the best help against some sort of supernatural being. That is a man known as Thomas Erickson. And so they end up going to Thomas's house because Reinor has actually kept records of even the addresses of the people that are like the superhumans that he is planning on killing, or that he was planning on killing. That plan kind of got foiled. But so Thomas Erickson is blind, and he tells the group that he felt a disturbing presence in the city earlier that morning when the entity attacked. He knows that the Dark Lord is the being that attacked them, and the reason, or the way that he knows that, is because with his access to ancient magic, he actually has sort of like a hive knowledge across the universe with other users of ancient magic. Ancient magic is not something that's specifically tailored or specifically on just Earth. Ancient magic is all over the universe, and so he sort of has this like hive knowledge with other users of this magic power, and others have come into contact with the Dark Lord. And so they kind of share this knowledge, and he is able to like gather that knowledge, and he knows what kind of is going on. And so anyway, so Thomas lost his sight naturally, and it didn't bother him. But then he was offered a chance to not only regain but improve his sight by the use of ancient magic. He was sort of I don't really have like a definite way of how he came into being able to use ancient magic. I'm not really sure how I want that to happen yet. I'll figure it out at some point. But right now, the reason that he started to use ancient magic was to get his sight back. But anyway, and so the way that he sees now is every time his heart beats, it's sort of like an echolocation. Every time his heart beats, like a wave goes around him in 360 degrees, and he's able to see all around him. And so that means that when he's in combat or when he's doing exercise, something like that, the faster his heart beats, the better he can see. And so it's sort of like echolocation, but it's more like mystical rather than scientific. Like he's like making clicking sounds with his tongue, which some blind people actually do use echolocation, which is really cool in my opinion. But it's sort of like echolocation, but it's utilizing his heartbeat rather than anything like his tongue or something like that. But anyway, so Thomas basically says we're gonna have to take the fight to him because we can't. It's too dangerous to let this guy back on Earth's soil. It's too dangerous to let this guy back on Earth's soil because if we lose, then he's just got immediate access right to Earth, and so he's like, we're gonna have to ambush this guy. We're gonna have to ambush this guy in his own dimension, which is very risky, but also probably the best probably the best option that they had at that point. And so the Dark Lord basically is only weak to time. He can be damaged, but like I mentioned in the character descriptions, he has very powerful healing abilities, and the only way to really take him down is to just keep him fighting and damaging him and forcing him to heal for a long time, and then eventually he'll just run out of energy, and then at that point he's too weak to keep fighting. And so the group explained the plan to Plasma, who has pretty much almost fully healed from his battle with the Dark Lord earlier, but he's been sort of in the hospital, just kind of like recovering while this whole thing's been going on. Thomas is actually capable of creating interdimensional portals, which again, that's utilizing ancient magic. And so he creates this interdimensional portal, and so they go into another dimension, and this is supposedly the Dark Lord's home dimension. And so when they step through, the dimension they step into was plain with like a weird gray haze covering the really flat. It's really like completely flat, which is strange. First of all, there's a gray haze, and the whole like area is gray. Like if you look outside, even when it's raining, there's still like a bluish hint to the atmosphere. This is completely gray, which is really, like, it's hard to envision what this would look like, even for me who came up with it. It's because we're so used to seeing the blueness of our atmosphere. It's just really, it's a strange thought. But anyway, and then there's very like decent distance away from where they enter. There's like almost a ring, but not really a ring. It's just kind of like it's like a sort of circle, circular like pattern of these giant black crystalline looking spikes almost that are like sticking out of the ground in different directions and stuff. And that's like the only thing that's breaking the flatness of the ground. And anyway, they can see the Dark Lord in the distance, and they're like, all right, we need to come up with a plan of attack. And Rhinor is just like, I have a plan of attack, which that was the line taken directly from Iron Man in the first Avengers movie. But anyway, so Rhinor runs and attacks him, but then as he was attacking, he just kind of like starts punching the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord just kind of takes it, and then immediately reciprocates and just absolutely destroys Rhinor and throws him all the way back to where the other heroes are. And so then the whole group is just like, all right, we need to take this guy all at once. And so they all go in and fight, and then there's this massive battle. The Dark Lord is really doing well against all of them by himself, taking them all on, even with ancient magic, fire, laser beams, all that sort of stuff, electricity, all this stuff going on. And then, so after this battle's gone on for quite a while, the Dark Lord sends out this massive shockwave of energy, and the whole group goes flying back in all directions. And looking at him when he does this, he's clearly getting pretty tired, but the group was pretty much at their limit at this point. But Aaron was actually the first one to stand back up, and he's preparing to fight the Dark Lord alone. And so he starts walking forward towards the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord's just kind of like, what are you doing? This is stupid. And like without even doing a gesture or anything, another crystalline spike just shoots out of the ground straight into the side of Aaron's knee, and it snaps his ACL, which those of you who don't know what that is, your ACL is one of two very, very thick and like important ligaments in the sides of your knee. You have your ACL and your MCL, and if you snap one of those, basically you have zero stability in your knee and it's one of the most painful. It's one of the most painful things that you can do to your body, is snap one of those, and it's about a 6-month healing process. If that happens to you, because this tendon is so used by your body that it's really important. It's and if you think about your ACL and your MCL as like your Achilles tendon on your foot, basically it's kind of like that. So if that makes any sense to you guys. And so he's just kind of like writhing in pain, and he's basically incapable of walking. But despite that, he stands up, and he's kind of like hobbling on one leg, and he throws a punch, and the Dark Lord catches the punch and then breaks his arm. And Aaron screams, and then throws another punch with his other hand, or I guess it would be his left hand. Throws another punch with his other hand, and it was powerful enough to send the Dark Lord flying back. But the punch was so strong, and the Dark Lord was so like he was tensed up so much that the punch broke Aaron's knuckles on his other hand. And so the rest of the team sees that he's fighting this guy alone, and now he's like severely injured. They stand up behind him and then charged, and Aaron obviously is like can't really charge like the rest of them, and so he's kind of lagging behind. And then Rhinor stays behind with him, and he's like, hey, I need you to promise me something. And this whole time he's been reaffirming like, hey, I need you to remember, you're setting me free after this. You're setting me free after this. But this time, all he says to Aaron is, don't hold back. And so the group goes back and fights, and Aaron's just wailing on the Dark Lord with his broken hand. There's another long, hard battle, and the Dark Lord was defeated, and he sort of like falls down on the ground, and he starts fading away. And as he fades away, he just sort of laughs, and then he says, "You have lost." So the team is like, what does that even mean? Clearly you're the one that's lost. You just died. And then Aaron collapses on the ground and passes out. And he wakes up in the hospital, and he's informed that he's been in a coma for the past week. And so he's got stitches lining down all the way down his knuckles and fingers, and his other arm's in a cast, and his leg is obviously in a cast as well. And so the nurse informed him like, hey, you're gonna be able to return to this superhero work eventually, but you're gonna have to take a lot more precautions, and you're gonna have to be a lot more careful with doing it, because so as to not damage any more of your body. And that's sort of where we leave the story on story number 2. So it's a pretty crazy one. It's one of my favorites, and I think the next thing that we need to do is just go ahead and move straight on to story number 3. Okay, so story number 3 is I've titled Paradoxes, and this one might just be my favorite. I don't really know, honestly, which one of these storylines that I've made is my favorite. But story number 3 for the longest time was my favorite, and hopefully I'm able to articulate it well enough to kind of like show you guys what I'm thinking in my head about this storyline and sort of why it's my favorite. But anyway, I'll just go ahead and get started. So the original group of 4, Aaron, Rebecca, Timothy, and Plasma, are still the only full-time members of this superhero team, which has now been called the Recruits. And the Recruits is now sort of like a government-funded organization, essentially. And so they're a lot closer as friends, and which makes them work better as a team. Plasma still like makes trips to what he calls his homeland of Japan, and he goes and like helps with stuff that's in Japan because he, you know, feels a close connection to that place, and so he goes there a lot to do superheroing stuff there as well. And so on one of the trips that he's taken to Japan, there was like a call that the recruits got of some like shady looking men that like are wandering around a coffee shop that Aaron and Rebecca go to, and it was the same coffee shop that they went to when they first met. They go to this one a lot, and it's like a bunch of shady looking men that are walking around out there. And so Aaron offers to go scout it out and pick up some coffee, you know, just general like stopping like a robbery or something sort of thing. So he offers to go and pick up some coffee on the way back. And so as he's walking by, the men like are glaring at him and like giving him some really mean looks. And then they're like talking into like earpieces and stuff. And then while that's happening, Aaron's like, "What's going on?" And then he hears like just a faint clicking noise, or like a ticking sound. And then he looks down, and there's a bomb on like next to the sidewalk. And so he like yells for everybody to get down, and he jumps on top of it, and just manages to get on top of it before it explodes. And it explodes, and the shockwave sends him flying through the window of the coffee shop, and so through the glass window. And so as he stands up, there's like cuts all over his back because it's glass, you know. And so gunshots start ringing out. There's smoke still up, and so one of the gunshots grazes his shoulder, and so he takes a roll of bandages out of his pocket, and he wraps his hand and he wraps his leg, and that's tying back to the precautions that the nurse told him that he needs to take regarding his injuries from previously. So he wraps up his hand and he wraps up his leg, and then he grabs a fire extinguisher from off the wall and takes it, and then he uses his fire powers to just heat up his hands, not like ignite them in fire, but he just heats his hands up, and he's able to use that heat to expand the pressurized gas inside of the fire extinguisher and cause it to, and he throws it and it explodes, and there's a big powdery smoke screen, so it gives him some cover, and then he runs through the smoke while the gunshots have stopped, and kicks a car straight into one of the guys, or he kicks the car and it hits two of them. Car's pretty big for just one person. And so he takes out three more before he is hit in the back by some sort of energy beam attack. And then so he turns around and he sees a guy in a black hooded jacket, wearing a mask, that's like storming towards him really fast, not like running, but like very like menacingly walking. And then and this guy's about 100 meters away, and then all of a sudden the guy disappears, and now he's behind Aaron, and then starts attacking him. And so they get into a fight, but the guy has some sort of like unique ability to phase, and so he's like becoming intangible at will, and teleporting and using these energy attacks, and he's clearly also a lot faster and stronger, and so he's basically nearly impossible to hit. And so a little ways into the fight, luckily Rebecca and Tim are come to Aaron's help, or come to Aaron's aid just in time. And so the guy is like, well, I'm outmatched now, so he retreats, and the guys, the men that were like not knocked out, also retreat. And so the group makes their way back into the headquarters, their recruits' headquarters. And so Rebecca is like stitching up the glass cuts that Aaron's got on his back, while Timothy runs a DNA test on a small sample of blood that they managed to gather, or that they managed to get from the guy that they were just fighting. Aaron managed to strike him in the face just hard enough to cause a little bit of blood to splatter, and so they managed to get a small sample of blood that they could DNA test. And so they find out that the DNA is in this constant state of like dissolving and then rebuilding itself, and so that's what gives this guy the capability to phase, and also teleport, because he can just kind of like, he essentially dissolves and then reassembles himself somewhere else. And so further testing reveals his identity, which matches another criminal record from a while back. And this person is confirmed to be Lucas Robertson. And so this, like, the other two, like the two, Rebecca and Tim, are kind of like, okay, so now we know this guy's identity. But Aaron is sent into a panic attack, and he starts freaking out. And the reason for this is because, and he reveals this to Rebecca and Tim, is that Lucas was back in the orphanage when Aaron was there, and in the school that he went to. Lucas often like berated him and was essentially the reason for Aaron's slip and slide attempts, and also his constant like downgrading of himself. And so the group knows that they need more information, though, and so later that week, Aaron goes out alone to an abandoned building in order to lure Lucas there. And so he texts Rebecca to be ready to come, like, help him out. And then he's ambushed by nothing, ? And so he's like knocked on the ground, but then he, as he gets back up ready to fight, there's nothing there. There's no one there. And so he calls out for Lucas to come out and fight him. Like, you know, sort of like a be a man thing. I know who you are. And so Lucas is like, okay, and then jumps out of nowhere and then starts fighting him. And so the two start fighting, and then but Aaron's able to get one text to Rebecca saying, "Get here now," before he's like struck onto the ground, his phone knocked out of his hand. And so they start engaging in this massive bloody fight. And Lucas this whole time has yet to speak. Like he has not said a word. This like even in the street fight and now in this fight in this abandoned building. But he has a big upper hand with his superior strength, speed, reflexes, and his power set. And Aaron's able to get a few blows in and actually manages to grab his shirt and pull it down just a little bit underneath the jacket, and he sees a tattoo on his neck right here that is an indicator of a gang that they've recently had issues with previously. A gang that's rampant in this city. And so, but right after he notices this, Lucas gets more hits in and basically beats Aaron to near death, until Rebecca finally gets to the building and jumps in and engages in the fight. And using her teleportation power, she's a very, very close match to Lucas's power set. And so Lucas wasn't prepared for this, and so he ends up losing his upper hand, and so now he's forced to retreat again. So eventually they go back. Aaron's kind of like in this like very injured state, but he tells his team members, like, hey, I saw this tattoo. This is what we need to do. And so the team ended up finding CCTV footage of Lucas entering an abandoned building that had been under construction, or like supposedly under construction, for a long time, like way longer than it should have taken. And so they were like, well, this gang's probably using this for their base of operations. And so they do some more like scanning of the building, and they find like a records room where they're keeping like records of like people that they need to take out, businesses that would be good to like rob or do whatever. Basically anything that they need to keep information about, they just have this one floor dedicated to that with like servers and stuff. And so and then they also have like a storage like unit for like weapons and stuff like that. And then they find that the whole boss of the operation is on the top floor. So they make this plan to get or to take this gang down once and for all. And so a week later, Aaron's mostly healed because he does have accelerated healing. He's mostly healed from his injuries, and so they've got this plan. And so basically, each of them are going to take a floor. Tim's going to take the records room. Rebecca's going to take the storage unit, and then Aaron's going to go to the top floor and confront the boss. And so they manage to sneak their way into the building, and this whole plan goes south when the elevator stops earlier than it needs to, or earlier than they wanted it to. And on the other side, when the doors open, is Lucas again. And so Aaron's like, "You guys go ahead, I'll take him," and steps out of the elevator, but Rebecca is like noticeably worried because Aaron is like physically shaking out of like panic attack, nervousness, whatever you want to say. But he steps out of the elevator and is like, "Go for it, go, or you guys keep going, it'll be okay." And so Tim stops at the records room, and then Rebecca just goes straight up to the top where the boss is. So Tim's not wearing his normal suit because that would be very conspicuous. And both of them are ambushed when they go to their respective places. The boss has guards that start attacking Rebecca when she walks through the elevator, and then a bunch of guys start attacking Tim after he goes through the elevator. And so it's this whole brawl, this three-way fight, three different fights going on at the same time. But Rebecca teleports down 2 floors where Tim is, and manages to help him take out the guards. Tim's got like some gauntlets on underneath a hoodie that he's able to use, but he doesn't have his full suit, so it's a lot more dangerous for him. Skipping to Aaron's fight, Aaron and Lucas, the two have been fighting for like the whole time, and Aaron's actually managed to break the mask, or Aaron manages to break the mask off of Lucas's face, and it hits the ground, and then then Aaron says some sort of insult to him about his face, which what else would you do? And then so the two are fighting, and Aaron's actually managed to beat Lucas down to the ground, and he's like, but before Aaron can do anything, Lucas sees like on his mask that's hit the ground, a red light starts flashing, which is a distress call from the boss, like, "Hey, you need to get up here." And so Lucas just teleports away and teleports all the way up to the top floor. And Aaron's like, "Crap, what do I do now?" And so he goes and runs to the elevator and starts pushing the button, but the elevator's not coming fast enough. And so anyway, Rebecca and Tim are now at the top floor. They've taken out the guards, and they've got the boss sort of pinned at his like desk or whatever. So, but then before they can do anything, Lucas appears, like teleports right in front of them, and he's like badly beaten. And Tim makes a comment on it, like, "Man, what did Aaron do to you?" Lucas beats both of them down to the ground, and then the elevator dings finally. So Lucas goes. He knows that Aaron's about to come through the elevator. He goes and like stands in front of the elevator, ready to fight. The elevator opens, and there's nobody in there. And then so he's kind of standing there confused for a second, and then all of a sudden, the door to the stairwell comes flying off its hinges straight and like bangs him into the wall. And then Aaron comes through and just like starts wailing on him, grabs the side of his face and like slams it against the wall, and then like blasts fire across his face. And like Rebecca notices, like this is getting a lot more violent than I've ever seen. He's getting a lot more violent than I've ever seen him before. And anyway, eventually Aaron runs and like grabs Lucas by the shirt and like throws him through the window of the top floor, and he falls and hits the ground. So he ignores Rebecca and Timothy and goes straight to the elevator and makes his way down to Lucas, who's now got badly broken legs, and he's like broken ribs, like trying to crawl away from the building. And Aaron just walks over to him, and he's like ready to kill Lucas. And right before he's about to throw the killing blow, Rebecca runs in, stops him, and she just looks at him. Aaron breaks down in tears, and the police start to show up, police and ambulances and everything, because civilians obviously have called 911 because some man just fell out of the top floor of a building. And so Aaron and Rebecca are just sitting there hugging each other while Timothy comes down with the boss in handcuffs. That's pretty much what happens. So anyway, hopefully I was articulate enough for you guys to see why that one was my favorite for a long time, and it might still be my favorite. I don't really know. Anyway, let's just go ahead and move on. Let's keep this going. Okay, so in between story 3 and story 4, there's this small little subplot that I have, and so I'm just going to explain it very, very quickly what this subplot has going on. So essentially, these creatures called Darklings, which I explained in the character descriptions, they're like this supernatural, extra-dimensional set of creatures that have a hive mind, stuff like that. Start haunting Aaron, and he's like hallucinating them. He's seeing them in his dreams, and so he thinks he's going insane, until one night they make their way into the real world, and so he goes out to fight them, because they're tormenting him, but then there's 4 of them and 1 of him, and so he goes out to fight them, but they nearly kill him. They lacerate all the way up his chest, all the way hitting his almost slashing open his jugular vein, all the way from his lower his mid abdomen section all the way up to his neck. And so, but he wakes up in the hospital, and he realizes, because he did some damage to them too, their blood got mixed, and so now he can hear them in his head, which is both a good thing and a bad thing, because he knows when they're coming, but also he can hear them talking in his head, and so now he's going even more insane. And so once the creatures realize that he can hear them, they start tormenting him from all the time, and so now he's just completely breaking down, this is what is going on, and so he finally tells Rebecca what's going on, and they go to Thomas, who again we've not seen him since the Dark Lore story. So Thomas is these things are called Darklings, and he explains kind of what they do. They infiltrate somebody's mind when they're dealing with very deep negative emotions, which Aaron would have been going through following the fight with Lucas, because Lucas was the guy that caused him so much torment back when Aaron was little. And so following that fight, he would have been in a really weak mind state. And so these creatures started infiltrating his mind, and so essentially they're parasites that feed off of negative emotions, and then once they have enough of this negative emotion, they are capable of coming into the real world and causing physical torment. And so anyway, but realizing that he's able to communicate with them, he establishes communication with one of them, one of these creatures separately, and this creature explains that the other three are really bully it, and it's the smallest of the group, and it doesn't have it's not the best fighter and stuff, and so the other three constantly bully it, and it doesn't want anything to do with them. And so they managed to come up with a plan to defeat the other three, and so that involves them, long story short, that involves them luring the other three to an abandoned section of the city so that they don't cause any civilian casualties or anything like that, and use the little one to sort of ambush them when they're least expecting it, so long story short, they're able to defeat all of them, and Aaron and Thomas is able to use his ancient magic to separate the hive mind link that Aaron and the creatures had, and so Aaron's free of this torment that the creatures have been causing him, and then this the little creature, the little darkling, was free of the torment that the other three have been causing him. And so they go their separate ways, and everything's happy and good for all of them now. So yeah, there's a little darklings subplot next. So let's move on to story number 4. Okay, so this next story I've called Family Issues. So let's just go ahead and get started. So on a mission to intercept a hijacked truck carrying lots of very expensive and very important medical supplies, Aaron and Rebecca are now sporting their very first actual superhero costumes. Before it was just kind of like normal clothes, but now that they're the whole team has sort of become more sophisticated. They've actually gotten actual superhero suits, and while attempting to get this truck back under control, they get into a fight with several superhuman individuals that have weirdly robotic movements, and they have really advanced looking suits. And what's strange about these guys is that they appear to be very they seem to have a lot of difficulty controlling their powers. And so, unfortunately, they managed to overpower Aaron and Rebecca and knock them off of the truck. And before they can make any attempts to continue the chase, they get a call from Timothy back at the headquarters, saying, "Hey, there's a much more pressing matter at hand back here. You need to get back here right now." And so they're forced to leave the truck and go back to the headquarters. And when they get to the headquarters, they find a very skinny and very pale woman about the same age as them, which at this point, it's been probably about 4 years since the very first storyline. So they're probably about 19 to 20 at this point, and she's wrapped in a blanket holding a cup of coffee, and she's just kind of sitting at the table, and so they ask her hey, what's going on? And so she tells them that her name is Rachel Arnold's, and she explains that their group of heroes, the recruits team, is in danger from her father. And so she explains that when she was born, her father had a plan to use her as an assassin to kill anyone that got in his way. And the recruits were definitely going to be in his way. They were definitely going to be an issue for him. And so she continues to explain that her father took her when she was a baby, killed her mother, took her from her homeland in Scotland, and brought her to the United States. Also killed her grandparents, things like that, because all of them disagreed with his plan, and we'll reveal what his plan is in a minute. And so they ask her what's so dangerous about her father, and so Rachel opens her hand up, and with a flash of purple light, there an apple raised out of the fruit bowl all the way across the room, and she brought it straight to her hand. And so the group is understandably shocked at what just happened, and she just says that her father has the same powers as she does. And so as the day comes to an end, Rebecca offers to take Rachel to get food and clothes, and just kind of hang out, kind of hopefully take her mind off of the issues. And Rebecca's understandably excited to have another girl on the team, because previously it was three boys and it was three guys and just Rebecca by herself. So there's that. And so Aaron and Timothy, in the meantime, work on a plan to stop Rachel's father. Plasma is off. I'll explain where he is at this point in a minute, in a little bit. But they decide that Rachel obviously knows where her father is, or where he probably should be, and so they make a plan. We're gonna go to him. We're gonna leave in 2 weeks to give Rachel time to sort of regain her strength. She obviously hasn't been eating, stuff like that. Or not 2 weeks, 7 days, to 1 week. Timothy kind of is getting a little weird. He's constantly hanging out around Rachel and using every chance he can to talk to her. As she starts to regain her strength, she also begins to be able to use her powers better, and she sort of trains as a member of the team, because she also wants to stop her dad. The night before their departure, the group is kind of talking in the common area where Rachel was initially, and she goes and tells Rebecca she's going to the roof of the building to get some fresh air, and then leaves. And Rebecca knows that something's up, something's not right here, and based on the conversations that she had earlier in the week with Rachel, there's clearly something up. And so she goes to Aaron and is like, hey, you've got more experience with what she's probably going through than I do, so you need to go talk to her. And so Aaron goes up to the roof and finds her on the edge of the building, not acting like she's going to jump off or anything, but she's kind of sitting there just looking over the cityscape at night, just kind of sitting there thinking to herself. And so she tells Aaron that she wants to stop her dad at any cost, and she knows that her dad is not going to be one that can be persuaded to stop what he's doing, and so she ultimately knows that stopping her dad will probably mean having to kill him. But the thing that's got her messed up, or that's got her kind of in this sort of weird mind state, is her dad's the only family that she's ever known, and she doesn't know how she'll be able to handle killing him if it were to come to that point. And so Aaron obviously is yeah, I understand why that would be such an issue, and so he explains his family issues. He says that he lost his family really young, and he wasn't ever sure if he was ever going to be able to find peace again until he met Rebecca, and then ultimately the rest of the team. And he tells her that sometimes family doesn't mean what you're born into. Family can be anything. Sometimes family isn't what you're born into. Family is what you make it. So the two sit in silence for a moment, and Rachel just kind of laughs to herself. She's crying at this point. Aaron's like, hey, let's go back inside. I think Timothy has something that'll cheer you up. And so they go down, and and Timothy and Rebecca are standing there, and Timothy hands her her very own superhero suit like the rest of the team has, as an official welcome to the recruits team. And so the next day the team goes by helicopter to where Rachel said that her father's cabin was. He had a cabin like in the middle of the woods in a completely different state. And so they go and they land kind of far away, and they walk to the front door because they don't want the helicopter to draw any suspicions from him and from her dad inside. And so Rachel initially goes in by herself and opens the door to find a very like rundown, find the cabin left in a very rundown and like disheveled, like basically decomposing state, because completely different to what it looked like when she left. And as she's walking through the house, she finds her dad, and her dad is in this very drunken, kind of stumbling around the house state, and he's just kind of like mumbling to himself. So he's got like a beer belly, stuff like that, just completely different to what she was used to when she left. And so she tries to talk to him. She's like, hey, you need to not do what you're about to do. But all he does is he sees that she's wearing the superhero suit, and he just calls her a traitor. He gets really mad. He gets like, and he starts like cursing her out, stuff like that. And eventually the team jumps out and starts trying to ambush him, but it doesn't exactly work like they want it to. And the battle quickly erupts into way bigger than they were expecting it to be. And so as the fight grows, it becomes clear why Rachel was so scared of her dad, because this dude is extremely powerful, and he's just blasting stuff off the walls. He's even like using as Timothy is shooting laser beams out of his suit. He is collecting dust particles off the walls and consistently bringing them off different places to create a shield that is capable of stopping the laser beam just out of like dust and debris particles, so that he's not utilizing materials that he can use for other things. So as the cabin gets more and more destroyed, the recruits are like nearly defeated. And before Seraphim, Seraphim is the name that that Rachel's father gave himself, because he's got sort of like a god complex thing going on, because he believes that with telekinesis he's essentially a god and deserves to rule the world, and he wants to get rid of all other superheroes, similar to like what Reinar wanted to do. He wants to get rid of all the superheroes that would like be a threat to him, and so he wants to get rid of all of them so that only he has the superpowers and he can rule. But before he can kill any of them, 3 metal pipes just like go straight through his chest, and so he like, and if this were like a movie, we would cut to a shot of Rachel like reaching her hand out, having just thrown the pipes using her telekinesis. And so her dad falls to the ground, and she goes up to him, expecting him to say with his last words some sort of endearment, some form of like something that would make her, like actually realize that her father liked her or loved her in any sort of way. But all he says as he's dying on the ground is what he told her all the time when she was a kid. And this was sort of like his catchphrase of his belief that he's immortal is, only a god can kill another god. And Rachel sort of fulfilled that in the fact that because he believed he was a god, the only one that was capable of killing him was his daughter. And so there's that. And so weeks later, after this whole thing has passed, and Rachel's kind of gotten over what went down. She's still like kind of in a fragile mind state. But Timothy and Rachel start sort of a relationship, although Timothy is a very like logically minded person, and he doesn't deal with emotions very well, so it kind of is weird. It's just kind of weird with like he behaves in a weird way, if that makes sense. And so it's just kind of like a strange situation, but they're just kind of lounging in the main room, and then Plasma walks in looking very like stressed. His hair is kind of a mess, but he still like behaves like his usual energetic self. And then one of the group members, other than Rachel, asks him how the tsunami relief effort is going in Japan. So it turns out Plasma this whole time has been helping citizens of Japan in different cities evacuate their city because it's about to get hit by a tsunami. They detected an underwater earthquake, and that means a tsunami's on its way, or there's a very high potential for a tsunami to be on its way, and so he's been helping sort of evacuate the city before that happens. He's like, it's doing fine. He's like, it's doing fine, but you know, that's still I've got to get back here in a minute. I'm just stopping by. But he meets Rachel for the first time, and Plasma remarks that he loves her accent, and asks where she's from, and she says Scotland. You know, the whole thing. And they spark a conversation about, you know, they both always wanted to visit each other's countries. Rachel's always wanted to visit Japan, and Plasma's always been curious about Scotland. And so Plasma offers to take Rachel to Japan sometime. And then that makes Timothy like look up from his computer because he's not been paying attention this whole time. He looks up from his computer really angrily, and Plasma, realizing what the situation is that he's missed out on, just kind of like is like, I meant to like say I meant that as like all of you. I meant to say that I would take all of you there. And it's just sort of like, good save, buddy. But anyway, so that is the end of the family issues story. I honestly think that one is my favorite. I said Paradoxes was my favorite for a long time, but I think this one, and the last one that I'll talk about are probably like tied for my favorite. They're really fun. I really like that one. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, let's continue, move on to story number 5? I think so. Okay, so this next story is one I've titled Rescue, and this one is where we start getting more heavily into like the other dimension stuff, but it sets up like the future, like sort of stuff. It sets up a lot of things, a lot of stuff that happens in this story sets up a lot of stuff in the future. So this is a very important story because there's a lot of stuff that happens because of stuff that happens in this story. Okay, so let's get started. So our superhero team, still the same 4 people, or no, it's 5 people. Aaron, Rebecca, Plasma, TM, and Rachel. Yeah. Same people that we've known so far, and Rachel joined last story, but yeah, so just making sure you're caught up on where we're at. So these guys have just gotten done fighting off another like large group of those like super villains or like super powered people that have like those weird robotic movements and the suits and stuff, and they don't exactly know, they still don't know like what's going on with these people, but they keep showing up, they keep causing problems, and so these guys have just gotten done fighting off another group of them from doing whatever, and so as they're making their way back to their headquarters, they're all tired, they're all exhausted, just ready to be done, ready to go home, lay down, kind of just rest, but then all of a sudden this portal opens up in like the middle of the street, and some like kid, probably like 16, just like flies out of the portal and like hits the pavement, and then right behind him, these large like vines, like they're like tentacles, but like they look more like plant-like, but they're not exactly like, they're not traditional vines. It's just kind of a weird looking thing, like come out of the portal and are like trying to like grab him and pull him back through the portal. And it started like destroying a lot of stuff. It started like flipping cars, things like that, just as collateral damage. And so naturally the recruits are just like, crap, what are we gonna, like, we got to do something. So they start helping this kid fight these vines, which is strange to say, but they're helping this kid fight off these vines. And this kid has this strange, like, it's like a gauntlet almost, but it's more, it's like this glove but then there's like more parts down here, which makes it a gauntlet. But it's like, it's got a glowing red, like almost gemstone looking thing right here, and then like more glowing red things on the knuckles, and then there's some technological bits over here. There's like a screen, but he starts like shooting laser beams out of this gauntlet, and then he starts like doing a lot of like stuff that's like superheroes can do. Like he's exhibiting traits of superhuman strength and speed and stuff. And I say speed as like a collateral of super strength. Like their legs are also super strong, so they can run faster, you know. And so they start helping this kid, and so he's also got boots with rockets on them, and that doesn't allow him to like fly, but the rockets just give him kind of like a speed boost of like, if he needs to get somewhere fast, he can just kind of like zip over there, or they also give him like an extra boost to his jump. And so eventually they get these vines back through the portal, and right as the kid's closing the portal, he like types a few things on his gauntlet, and then the portal starts to close. So this gauntlet, whatever it is, has some sort of interdimensional capabilities. And so, but as the portal's closing, Aaron looks through and he sees that there's the silhouette of like a man in there, inside the portal as it closes. So that's strange. But so this kid has like this pet with him. So the group takes them back to the headquarters, and they're just kind of like, what's going on? And so the kid introduces himself as Tom. He doesn't provide a last name, which is strange. But his pet is called Calamari, kind of a funny name because this is actually an octopus, or not really an octopus. It's like another dimensional version of an octopus. It has 4 legs, which makes it a quadrupus. But it's very, very smart, very intelligent, almost like human level intelligence. And so they're asking, like, and so Timothy specifically is very interested in this gauntlet that this kid has, and because of the technological aspects of it. And so they start questioning him. They're like, "What's going on?" And so the kid replies, pointing to the big red gemstone thing on the top of his hand. And he says that the gauntlet, or this gemstone, given the right technology to harness its energy, allows the user to travel through dimensions, also giving them enhanced like human capabilities. And so this stone is called the Wanderer's Stone, as in like whoever possesses the stone has the capability to wander throughout dimensions. And so Timothy asked, like, "Hey, can I study this gemstone? I want to see what it's all about and what gives it this power." And so Tom's like, "Sure." He takes the gauntlet off, gives it to Tim, and Tim leaves and just goes to like study the gemstone and the gauntlet and all that, the technology based around it. And so Aaron then asked Tom, like, hey, there's a guy that was in that portal. Do you know anything about that guy? And so Tom explained that the guy was called the Prisoner, or he was like, he's been dubbed the Prisoner. And so he's become trapped in this dimension called the Intermediary. And so that was the dimension that the vines came out of, all that sort of stuff. And so the Prisoner also happens to be Tom's brother. And his brother's name, we'll reveal later, is Kyle. That'll be just, that's not really important. It's just a name to give this guy other than the Prisoner. And so Kyle, Tom's brother, has been trapped in the Intermediary for, we don't know how long yet. We will. But the Intermediary is like sort of like a common point to all other dimensions. It's like connected to every other dimension, but you don't necessarily have to travel through the Intermediary to get somewhere else. Dimensions have like a web of connection points, but the Intermediary is at like the center of everything, and so it's connected to everything. And that's what makes it like the Intermediary, because that means middle. And so the Intermediary is weird. It like, when you get inside, you become very physically sick and like weak. And the dimension itself is apparently alive. There's this weird, like, otherworldly, like, in some unknown Earth language, or not, it's not an Earth language, it's a language unknown to Earth, that's what I meant to say. But there's, like, this constant chanting throughout the whole place. There's no other, like, living creatures in there, but because the dimension itself is alive, one has to think that the chanting is some product of the dimension itself. And I should mention, for visual representation, or for visual stimulation for you guys, or so you can imagine what this place looks like. Very green, like, but not like a good green, like a sickly, like gross looking green. And so the whole dimension, like I said, is alive. There's this weird chanting, and then the scenery is like repeated, like there's trees, like not trees, but they appear to be like mimicry of trees, and they're placed exactly in a perfect grid pattern, exactly like the same distance from one another constantly, and every rock is the same, it's like a grid almost. And so Tim like returns from studying the gem, and then he says like, hey, I think I could reproduce this gem that wouldn't give me like it wouldn't provide the like interdimensional travel, but it would provide the other powers, like the enhanced human abilities. But nobody really like acknowledges that what he said, and so they're like, how can we like rescue Kyle? And so Tom says, well, Stonehenge was the original gateway to the Intermediary, and so the gauntlet itself can't produce a big enough portal for the whole group to go through. But if they go to Stonehenge, they can produce a big enough portal at Stonehenge for all of them to go through. And so the group is just like, all right, we're gonna go rescue your brother, let's go. And so they suit up and go to England for the rescue mission. And so while they're there, they're just kind of like, this isn't like a huge like rush, we need to save this guy because something bad is going to happen, but he is in a bad situation, so they need to get him out. But while they're there, they just kind of do a little bit of visiting, and they actually meet some superheroes from England that kind of like pretty much other countries after the United States made their superhero team, the recruits, other countries like asked their superheroes or anybody with superhuman abilities, like, hey, come forward, we're gonna make a team like the US did. And so every country, like pretty much every country, has their own like superhero team. And so they meet like a few like superheroes from England while they're there, and they just kind of like the recruits at this point are basically celebrities across the world. And so the people, like everybody in England is like really excited to see them. And it's just like a really cool thing going on. So the group makes their way to Stonehenge, and Tom starts like going around each stone and inscribing like this strange glyph, like a rune almost, into each stone. But Stonehenge is a tourist attraction, so there's guards there. They don't like the fact that somebody's like essentially vandalizing essentially vandalizing this attraction. And so the security is like, hey, stop that, what are you doing? So the rest of the group is like, hey, this is what's going on. But as they're trying to tell the people what's going on, Calamari, the quadrupus, jumps off of Tom's back, which he typically like rests on Tom's back. He jumps off of Tom's back and then just starts attacking all the guards. And so then this big fight breaks out, because now like one of the guards has been attacked, so now they're gonna use more force. But he's like, Calamari by himself is pretty much able to subdue the guards enough for enough time for Tom to finish what he's doing. And so as Tom writes the final little glyph and then tells Plasma, hey, you need we need a big surge of energy. Do it right in the middle. And so Plasma charges up for a second and then strikes the ground with a big blast of lightning. And then pretty much as soon as he does this, a big dark cloudy green portal appears above the stones, and so people start running away or taking pictures, whatever, and then the whole team just jumps through, and then when they jump through, they just kind of appear on the ground, on the floor of the intermediary. They don't go through and then do a gravity switch where they land on the floor from the sky. They just kind of are on the floor, which is strange. But once they get inside, a couple of them just immediately just throw up, because this is like I said, when you're inside the intermediary, it makes you very physically ill, and it's just like a gross feeling, that feeling that you get when you have a stomach bug or something, and you just kind of just feel gross the whole day. That's the kind of feeling that you get, but it's a lot more a lot more potent, I should say. But they appear inside a replica of Stonehenge, but all the stones, in the actual Stonehenge, some of the stones are fallen, and not in the correct orientation. But this version of Stonehenge, everything is like it was when it was originally built, or what it supposedly was supposed to have looked like, basically. And this replica of Stonehenge is the only thing that's not repeated in the geometry of the intermediary. This is the only thing that just kind of stands alone. And it has the same symbols on it that Tom inscribed on the Earth Stonehenge. And so the atmosphere in this place is really thick and just sticky feeling, like humid almost, but very cloudy. And there's like I said, there's the chanting sounds, which seem to be coming from every direction all at the same time, which is very disorienting. And so, like I said, trees and stones are lined as if they were on a grid. Like everything's like perfectly like in a grid pattern. It's just weird. And the ground like kind of like pulsates almost, because the ground is actually made of the vines that like came through the portal at the very beginning of this story. And there's like these weird like glowing green veins almost undulating through them. And so Tom tells them, hey, we need to do this quick. We need to make this quick and like get out of here as fast as possible, because the longer they stay, the more dangerous this place becomes, because obviously Kyle's not in exactly the best like state of mind, because he's been in here for quite a while. And so while they're like kind of searching around, they start to feel the ground shift, and then behind them is the prisoner, or Kyle, but really he's the prisoner right now. And so big fight ensues, and the prisoner is like utilizing like these weird magical abilities. He's got like runes in like that he's like engraved in his skin, and he utilizes control. He like apparently can control the dimension, or like cause it to do certain things, and so he's controlling these vines and making them do certain things. Eventually he like manages to use the vines or the magic to pin them all to the ground, and Tom is like yelling at him like, this is like, you're my brother, you're Kyle, trying to like, you know, jog his memory, but like he like it's not working, or at least it doesn't work like mostly, but for just a split second, Kyle seems to like break free of whatever like mind control, curse, whatever's going on, and like the grip of the vines kind of like loosens for just a second, and but then his eyes like glow back, start glowing as bright as they were again. They're glowing green, and the dimension takes back control and continues to hold him down. But then all of a sudden he's like hit in the back, and then it turns out while the vines were loosened, Rebecca had just enough like of an opening that she could like squeeze out and then keep going, or like jump back up and then ambush him. And so she had managed to slip out of the grip of the vines, and then so this blow kind of like takes his concentration away from the vines, and so the vines all loosen up again, and so the team escapes the rest of the vines, and so now that they're close enough to fight the prisoner hand to hand, the prisoner really needs to fight at a distance, because he's not like physically he's not strong. He's not as strong. He's not strong enough to like fight like a superhero hand to hand. He needs to fight from a distance because he has these more mystical powers, and then also the dimension. But these giant vines are too dangerous for him to be using close to him, and so the fight doesn't last long. With him that close up, and so before he's able to deliver the knockout blow, Tim, who was the one that was originally going to deliver the knockout blow, just all of a sudden suffer this massive wave of sickness. They just all like kind of keel over, and they're just kind of like gross feeling. And Tom is like, hey, we need to leave here now. And so that like, because their exposure to the dimension is becoming too much, they're succumbing to whatever like illness this dimension has. And so they grab the prisoner with him still like writhing around, because the intermediary is still in control. So they just grab him and like are carrying him, and they make their way back to the Stonehenge replica. And Plasma gets there first because he's the fastest out of all of them. And then he strikes the center, opening a now blue portal, because the blue portal goes back to Earth. and all the whole group just jumps through the portal immediately, and they get back to Earth Stonehenge, where the green portal has disappeared. Essentially, like, apparently the way it works is when you jump, when it senses like things have jumped through, then it just closes. As soon as they're out of the intermediary, it loses control because it can't use or like control people outside of its outside of the confines of the dimension. And so now Kyle's back in his right mind, and they like Tom and Kyle get like hugged because Tom hasn't seen Kyle in such a long time. And so they all just kind of like lay down, and they're just kind of like just trying to like process what just happened, and also just like they need a second to breathe. And so after a minute, Aaron turns to Kyle, and he asks a question that he'd forgotten to ask previously, which is how Kyle became trapped in the intermediary in the first place. And so Kyle responds that he was working like doing evil stuff, evil like work for like this boss across dimensions, and then but like the guilt started to like kind of build up in him, and he just felt bad for what he was doing. And so he went to this boss and tried to quit, but his boss threw him into the intermediary. And so Rachel then joins the conversation. She asks like who this boss was, and so Kyle replies, well, this like he only calls himself the Dark Lord. And like Aaron, Rebecca, Timothy, and Plasma, who were the only ones that in this group that had ever met the Dark Lord previously, just kind of like exchanged confused glances. They're like, what? And then they all look at Kyle, and then Tim is like, how long ago had it been? How long has it been since you've been imprisoned in there? And Kyle says it had been several months, probably like 7 or 8 months. And then the four of them, like the four, Aaron, Rebecca, Timothy, and Plasma, kind of like exchange like really concerned glances, because they rest of them, including Rachel, because she has no idea what's going on, like that makes them want to ask like, what's going on, what's the issue? And so Aaron says that they had presumably killed the Dark Lord like several years ago. It's probably been like 5 years since the initial fight with the Dark Lord. So that's a little strange. And so if this were like, and so that's kind of like where we end it. But if this were a movie, there would be like a post-credit scene, or if this were like a comic, this would be like something you would like have like a black page and then turn the page and there's more. And so so with whatever this would be in context of a movie or comic, it's revealed that without Tom's permission, Timothy had actually used a concentrated laser beam to slice off just a tiny little piece of the Wanderer's Stone, and he had worked secretly in his lab. He had used a ruby. He had used a ruby and this little sliver of the Wanderer's Stone to synthesize a like mimicry one, like a replica of one. So he successfully synthesized it, and now this little gemstone gives him the powers of the original minus the traveling dimensions, but it gives him essentially superhuman abilities. Anyway, Tom and Kyle stay on Earth for a few more days while Kyle is kind of like getting his senses back, just kind of like adjusting back to normalcy. But they say they tell like the recruits like they've been searching across dimensions like for their father, and that's part of like or at least Tom has, and then Kyle like wants to join him in this like searching across dimensions, and so they say that they need to continue their search, And so with that, the team says goodbye to them, and the two and Calamari like go through the portal, go through another portal, and are gone. And that is the end of the rescue storyline. Honestly, it's a really interesting one, and it raises a lot of questions, but I really like it. It's really cool. And so with that, next up is conflict. Okay, so like I said, the next storyline I've titled Conflict, and this one is pretty crazy. I mean, I don't know. I really like this one. It adds a lot of depth to the characters where I felt like there was like very little like depth to them. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I was a little bit like I felt like there needed to be more with the main characters of this universe, and so this storyline adds a lot of like what I feel much needed depth to the characters here. So this takes place about a year after the previous storyline, so about a year after rescue. The recruits have finally found what they believe is a potential source for the mysterious superhumans with those robotic movements that have been going all over the place for years. You know, they've been constantly combating these guys, and so they think they finally found like where they're coming from and what's going on. So while they're discussing what they should do, what action needs to be taken, Timothy says, well, since I'm the strongest and the smartest of the team, Plasma is off in some international mission again, but he said, since I'm the strongest and smartest on the team, I should be the one to decide. And when he says that, the rest of the team members are kind of like, where did that come from? Like, they're just all kind of like taken aback. Like, that's not normally something he would say. I mean, he's always been this kind of like very cold, this like not really cold, but like not exactly the most like emotionally deep person. He's very logical, very, you know, he doesn't like deal with emotions the same, like very deeply, or like, you know what I mean. Anyway, so but even still, he's always been kind of like generally a decent person, but this is just kind of like is confusing to them, why he would say something like that. And so Aaron is like, well, what makes you think you're the strongest? And this is when Timothy finally reveals what he did in the previous storyline, that he used the piece of the Wonder Stone, synthesized one, and now has this synthetic stone that gives him like superhuman powers. And so the team is like, why would you do that? You didn't get permission, like you didn't ask. But Timothy insists it was necessary, since the Dark Lord may still be around after what they found out last time. But even then, he made the gemstone before they found out that information. So it doesn't exactly like line up. His logic there is kind of flawed. But there's nothing they can do about it now. So Tim suggests that they visit the production facility for a specific medical company. Now, this medical company that they figured out, called NextCore, supposedly has been running underground assignments, or underground like experiments, using medical equipment, or using like medical equipment, different types of chemicals, stuff like that, to create artificial superpowers. And these artificial superpowers have been tested, or like given to these different people, and those are the superhumans they've been fighting. And so they eventually, the team agree. They're like, yeah, that would be a good. They're just kind of like, yeah, that would be a good idea. And so Tim, like, as he's walking out of the room, Snarkly is like, Snarkly says to Aaron, I told you I would be right. And Aaron's just kind of like, okay. And so the group suits up, takes the helicopter to the location where they need to go. And so as they're walking up, this facility is kind of secluded. It's in a secluded part of the city, and there's not much around that's going on, like civilian wise, and so. As they're walking closer, though, it seems like it's very quiet. Doesn't seem like there's anything going on inside. And so Aaron signals for Tim and Rachel to go higher up and get like a bird's eye view of the situation. And Rachel just goes ahead and goes up, which Rachel has now figured out how to use her telekinetic powers to fly. Previously, she didn't know how to do that. Her powers, like, she's getting better and better at figuring out how to use her powers. But she flies up, and Tim stays behind and tells Aaron, "Remember who's in charge here," and then proceeds to fly up. And so Aaron and Rebecca just kind of like look at each other like, "Okay, what's going on?" And so. And Tim goes and flies slightly higher up than Rachel, which may indicate a sense of superiority that he has. But we'll get to that in a little bit. And so as they pull on the door, as Aaron and Rebecca pull on the doors are stuck. And so they just like are like, okay, and they just rip the doors off the hinges. And so as they make their way inside, Tim and Rachel are watching from the windows on the upper floor of the building. And so the inside completely abandoned, lights are off, everything like that. No laboratory equipment, no medical supplies have been left. It looks like they've all been taken somewhere. And so Rebecca remarks that it feels like a trap, and like it's just the atmosphere in there is just weird. It feels wrong. And then pretty much as soon as she says that, a bunch of these superhuman like people, like villains or whatever you want to call them, jump out from like all over the place and just start attacking them. And they've since dubbed these superhumans haywires, mainly because they appear to just have no control over their powers, and it seems to be whatever suits they're wearing are not only mind controlling them, but also just barely keeping the whatever powers they have under control. And so the haywires attack and start attacking Aaron and Rebecca, and so there's 9 of them in total, and each of them have different powers like super strength, flight, speed, whatever you want to, whatever you think of. And so they all attack at once, and then Tim and Rachel join the fight, and they break through the top windows, and just a big all-out brawl starts happening. The group starts becoming overpowered, and like these haywires are teaming up in groups that really complement each other well. Like a super strength one will be fighting with a super speed one, and that can allow the super strength one to get a bunch of hits in, and the super speed one will distract whoever they're fighting by hitting them in the side or something and causing them to lose balance while the super strength one throws punches. And so the team begins to get really overwhelmed until Timothy decides to unleash the full power of the Wanderer Stone that he's incorporated into this new suit that he has. And the whole team has gotten new suits, I should mention. I'll probably put some images up on the screen of like what, like for each story, what kind of like appearance they have, because they do change appearance over time. So I'll probably have thrown some up on the screen anyway. But he begins to use his full strength of his new suit. He didn't expect to have to, but he does. And so he starts single-handedly pretty much taking them all down one by one. And the three others are just kind of like, okay, where did that come from? And so when the dust settles, the Haywires are forced to retreat, and Tim lands on the ground and then kind of walks past angrily and strikes Aaron in the shoulder with his shoulder as he walks past, and he pretty much says that they lost their opportunity. This was a mistake. They should have listened to him. Blah blah blah. And so Rebecca and Rachel have to try and calm him down because Aaron's just not having it at this point. And they're just like, we need to do more digging. We need to figure out where this production company moved locations to. And so the group returned to the headquarters, and Tim continues being just annoyed and rude and whatever. And eventually they managed to figure out that the production company had moved its facility to a compound in the woods, or in a large section of woods, not in the woods, but you know what I mean. And so a few days pass. Aaron's been trying. After he calmed down, he's trying to ask Tim what is your problem? What is the issue here? But Tim just doesn't respond. He's just being all arrogant and snarky. And so the team just eventually prepares to fight or to infiltrate the compound. They have their helicopter land in a large parking lot away from this compound, the parking lot is relatively secluded from the actual compound itself, so the helicopter lands there, and the compound is further over. And the person they're looking for here is the overseer, or just whoever is over this whole operation. They need to take them down, get rid of this mind control, whatever mind control device that they have, or whatever is controlling these people. They need to just take that down, find the overseer, and apprehend them. That's their main goal here. And so they have their helicopter land, and so they're ready. And so the helicopter is there so that when they find the overseer, they can apprehend the overseer, bring them to the helicopter, and just leave. And then have the police go in, and the police will take care of the Haywires, get them all situated after the mind control's been turned off, be like, hey, this is what's happened, that here's what we need to do to fix this whole thing. So they have the helicopter land on the parking lot, and so when the group enters, they immediately have to fight off Haywires, and then there's guards with pistols. They're shooting at them, so they're being shot at. They're being attacked by these Haywires, but they're managing to hold themselves off, or they're managing to hold off the guards and the Haywires pretty well. And eventually Aaron manages to make his way through the building and then out some sort of back door that connects to this sort of concrete slab as a driveway sort of thing, with an awning over it, and there's two helicopter pads each with a helicopter on them, right outside of where the awning's at. And when he runs out there, he sees the overseer, the person that they're looking for, and so he starts walking up to her, and he's like, you're caught. This is it. There's no escaping. And she's got a pistol. She's got a gun, and she a handgun, and she points it at him, and she's like, don't come any closer, I'll shoot. And he just kind of Aaron's just kind of okay, and then continues to walk closer, and eventually she pulls a trigger and fires a shot and hits him in the shoulder. And he kind of stops for a second and then looks at his shoulder. It went the shot went all the way through, which hurt pretty bad, but he just kind of as a facade, he just kind of pretends that didn't hurt at all. He looks at it for a second, assesses the damage, makes sure that he's going to be okay, and then continues to walk forward. And as he's continuing, and then he then the overseer at this point is like, well, if the bullet didn't damage him at all, so she's just kind of like frozen in fear, not, and so she doesn't end up pulling the trigger again, and that works in Aaron's favor, because then he just grabs her wrist and moves the gun out, like pointing the gun up and out of the way, and so now she's not, like, the gun's not a threat anymore. And considering that this person's just a human, she can't really do anything to fight back without any sort of weapon. And so as he's standing there, Tim ends up flying in and is like, hey, I'll take it from here, you go help them. And Aaron's like, I got this, I clearly have her apprehended, but Tim is like, no, I'm gonna take over from here, and he starts trying to take over, and Aaron's like, no, I've got this, and the two start arguing back and forth, and then Aaron eventually gets so mad that he accidentally squeezes too hard and breaks the overseer's hand, which causes her to drop the gun and stuff, and eventually, as they're arguing, Tim shoves Aaron down, which knocks him back. It doesn't knock him on the ground, but he shoves him back, and he loses his grip on the overseer's hand. But before Tim can start taking over and apprehending the overseer himself, Aaron runs in and just like tackles him, and starts punching him, because Tim made the first attack, and so now Aaron's just retaliating at this point because he's just really mad. And so they start fighting, and as they're fighting, Rebecca and Rachel come through the doors that Aaron came through, and see the two of them fighting, and see the overseer now running to one of the helicopters, and it's like, well, this is not good. This is like, what are y'all doing? And so Rebecca yells at Aaron. She's like, hey, she's getting away. But before Aaron can do anything, Tim actually activates the thrusters on his suit and just shoots up out of the ceiling, or out of the awning, and takes Aaron with him. And so shoots through the little concrete awning, and now they're gone. And so Aaron and Tim are like flying away somewhere, and Aaron's just like barely managing to hold on, but he gets an idea, and so on Tim's suit he's got stabilizers on his legs for when he's flying, so that the thrusters don't become too powerful for his actual like body to handle and like stabilize. So he has these stabilizers which lock his hips and his knees in place when he's flying, so that while he's flying he doesn't like go out of control. And then he uses like his hands or the thrusters on his back for steering. And so Aaron is barely holding on, but he actually uses his fire powers to. He doesn't actually ignite his hand in flames, but he heats it up pretty like a decent amount to kind of help him get through the metal. And he actually grabs one of the stabilizers. He grabs into one of the stabilizers and rips it off, or like rips the stabilizer or like a bunch of just wires out. Which causes Tim to lose flight control, and they actually end up crash landing in the parking lot of that their helicopter landed in. And so there's a big cloud of dust that's thrown up when they crash land. But like before the dust even settles, they can both kind of see each other, because Tim's suit is glowing, and his suit has the ability to see, like, cut through the smoke and see like who he's looking at. And so the two start fighting. They're like throwing blow after blow, and eventually, at first it starts out as just a purely physical fight. The two of them are just like beating each other, just punching really hard. But Aaron is actually physically stronger than Tim with the Wanderer Stone and his suit powers. The main thing that makes Tim stronger is the thrusters on his suit, which allow him to throw stronger punches, and the actual energy weapons that he has. And so eventually Tim realizes that Aaron's gonna overpower him, because the two are pretty well balanced, or pretty equal, as far as fighting capabilities. And so Tim eventually realizes that Aaron's gonna beat him in this fight if he doesn't start doing something. So eventually he manages to get some distance between the two of them, and he starts using his energy weapons. Now he can't fly anymore because of the lack of stabilization in one of his legs, but he is able to use the thrusters as a way to, as a means to get to a certain location faster, so he can kind of like sidestep and use the thrusters to get over there really fast. So he starts using that. He starts shooting laser beams, and so he ends up getting a pretty good upper hand on Aaron, which is not good for Aaron and not good for Rebecca and Rachel, who are back at the helicopter pads. And so this is not a good situation. Two of your like superhero friends are fighting somewhere else, and the person that you're trying to catch is getting away on helicopters. And so this is not a good situation. But Rebecca has an idea. She looks at Rachel. She asks her, "Hey, I've got an idea. Can you hold these helicopters in place in midair?" And Rachel's not really sure that she can. This would be like the biggest thing that she's ever used her powers on, because even though she's figuring them out, she's still sort of struggling to use her full potential of her power. Keep in mind, even at the very end of the storyline, she's still at a lower number as far as power class than her father was. So she's still limited in what she can do. But she's like, I think I can, do whatever you're gonna do. I'll try. And so she reaches out her hand and manages to stop the helicopters in midair. And so she's holding them back as they're trying to pull away. And so as she's doing that, and so the helicopters stop in midair, Rachel's struggling to hold them, and she's like, "Okay, I've got them. You need to hurry, go." And so Rebecca runs forward, and then the guards in the helicopters, the people that were already in the helicopters, they have guns on them. They start firing down at the ground as Rebecca's running, but she manages to use her teleportation and a combination of teleportation and just evading to dodge all the bullets. And so she jumps up and uses the momentum from the jump to teleport midair, and then teleport a little further up to get her actually to the height of one of the helicopters. And she spouts flames inside the helicopter, which doesn't necessarily harm anybody inside. Well, I mean, it'd be pretty hot, but she's not doing that to kill anybody inside, but just to stop them from firing. And so she shoots flames inside it, and then leaps onto the other helicopter, kind of uses the first helicopter as a wall to jump off of. She essentially wall jumps straight to the other one, and then goes straight through the door and grabs the overseer out of the right out of the helicopter, and just as soon as she gets the overseer, Rachel lets go of both of them. Let's go with both of the helicopters, and both of them just kind of lose control because they were actively trying to pull away from the telekinesis, trying to go the opposite direction that she was pulling them. And so they lose control, and they both crash to the ground as Rebecca lands with the overseer and apprehends her. But as soon as they get finished with all that, they're like, crap, we have another problem. The two guys are still over there fighting, and we don't know we don't know where they are. And so switch back over to them. The two are grappling at, holding each other's shoulders and just trying to push each other back. And as they're doing that, Tim actually takes his thumb and jams it into the bullet wound that Aaron had from earlier. And so that caused Aaron to kind of fall back, because that would hurt really bad. And then Tim uses that opportunity that he's got of Aaron falling back to use an energy blast. He shoots a laser beam right across Aaron's chest and kind of just burns him, which Aaron is heat proof and fireproof, but a laser beam, concentrated beam of whatever, that's gonna still leave a mark. And so that injures him even more. and so he's kind of like stunned for a second, trying to recoup what he's like what's going on. But before he can even like recover or like move out of the way, Tim uses his thrusters and activates a blade that he has in one of his gauntlets. I believe it's his left one, but he activates a blade in one of his gauntlets and uses his thrusters to shoot forward and ends up stabbing Aaron in the stomach. And so in shock, Aaron's like gasping for air and he spits blood. He's spitting out blood, and Tim looks at him and says, "You can't beat me." And Aaron, like in between gasping breaths, says, I don't have to beat you, but I won't let you beat me." And right after he says this, he takes his palm and, stabilizing Tim's blade with the other hand, breaks the blade off of his suit and then punches Tim away from him. And so the two continue to fight, and Aaron still leaves the blade in his stomach, because if you were this is kind of like you need to know this if you ever do get stabbed with something. If you get stabbed with something, leave it in, because if you take it out, that'll cause more blood to leave and you could end up bleeding out. So that would not be good. And so anyway, so he breaks the blade, he leaves it in, and the two keep fighting. Tim actually takes the blade out and then knocks Aaron to the ground and pins him down. And then he activates two more hidden blades that Aaron didn't know existed, that come out of the cover, the sort of like knuckle cover that is on his each of his gauntlets. So there's two little like short blades that are about this long that he brings out, almost like Wolverine claws, but it's just like one of them. And so he's ready to deliver a final blow until Rebecca rounds the hill and like yells for them to stop. And so, but without hesitation, Tim retracts one of the blades, puts his hand back and just blasts a laser beam straight at her and hits her. And so, without hesitation, he hits her and knocks her to the ground. But then that makes Aaron really mad, and so he ends up grabbing just where there's a slight break in Tim's armor, rips off the lower leg of Tim's armor, and then manages to redirect Tim and throw him to the ground, and pin him to the ground instead. But Tim managed to free himself and he stands up again, and so the two are just kind of standing there looking at each other in a standoff. And eventually Tim jumps and goes for a bladed punch. He's still wanting to fight. But as he goes for a punch, the gauntlet that he was punching with, every single piece of it just like all explodes off and just falls to the ground. Like the gauntlet just completely not disintegrates, but like every individual piece just comes apart from one another and falls to the ground. And so now he's like, what was that? And then so we look and reveal that Rachel actually is holding out her hand and just blew all the pieces off of his gauntlet and ended the fight. And this was kind of like a moment of like perceived betrayal by Tim, because remember, Rachel and Tim are technically supposed to be in some sort of relationship, but Tim never really like showed any sort of feelings, and so that just kind of like made Rachel like upset, but Tim like still believes that they're in a relationship, and so now he's mad. Now he's even more mad. But he knows that he can't beat Rachel, like despite even with his arrogance and like, just for lack of a better term, just being overconfident. With all that, he knows he can't beat Rachel. Like, you can't beat telekinesis with technology. And so as he's kind of standing there, Aaron stands up and he was already standing, but he goes over and rips out the Wanderer Stone from Tim's armor, and the suit powers down. And so the group just kind of like all silently makes their way to their helicopter with the overseer, and they just all kind of like silently just sit in the helicopter on the whole way back to their headquarters. And so they give the overseer to the police that are not taking care of the whole situation in the actual compound itself. But the overseer, like, they give the overseer to the police, and when they get back to the headquarters, Tim just like silently and angrily gathers all like a few of his things and then just leaves, like just walks straight out the door. And so and so he just leaves, walks out the door, and Rebecca like pats Rachel on the shoulder, and Rachel starts crying because she like you have to think this was like the first relationship after her father that she thought she could get like some sort of like more than friendship level, like somebody more than a friend caring for her, and that turned out to be just completely like that didn't happen. So that was really hard for Rachel to kind of go through, and she's sad, she's mad, just all of the emotions just going on. And so Rebecca then goes and is helping Aaron stitch up all the wounds that he has, and so now they're just kind of like what's going on, like what do we do now? And so as this is going on, they're just kind of sitting there in silence. Plasma comes walking through the door. He finished whatever international mission he was on this time. He walks through the door and sees everything that's going on, and he's just like he sees everybody there and the pieces of Tim's suit that are left on like the table, and he's just like, what did I miss? Like he just walks in and he's like, what happened? What did I miss? And with that that's the end of the conflict storyline. That story, like I said, the rescue storyline really like builds up a lot of stuff to follow, like most notably with the Wanderer Stone itself. The introduction of the Wanderer Stone is a big device that's used in multiple different storylines, not just this one, but another one in the future. So we'll see the Wanderer Stone again. And so with that, let's move on to the next story. Okay, so this next story started out as more of a sub-story. I kind of imagined it as a sub-story, sort of like the Darkling storyline, but this one actually ended up becoming more of like an official like big story the more that I wrote it out. So this one I've titled Fear, and it's similar to the Darkling storyline, but it has a lot more like weight for what comes next. And also the villain in this one, I love the villain in this one because he's less of like a traditional villain of like I have some sort of like motivation for doing what I do, and what I do is inherently evil, and like there's some sort of motivation behind it or something like that, or I'm just pure evil. He's less of a villain like that and more of like this is his job, this is what he does, and so let's just go ahead and get into it. So beginning the storyline, it would just be kind of like really there's not a lot that happens at the very beginning, so that's why this is more of a sub story. But essentially what you need to know is that for quite a while Aaron starts seeing this like cloaked humanoid looking entity of some sort, and that's wearing like a hood, and it's got like horns, completely black body, like pitch black, like light doesn't even interact with the body, so it looks really uncanny. But the cloak on it, it's wearing like a cloak, it has like I said, a hood, and just like this really interesting looking attire. completely monochrome, but except for 2 piercing red eyes underneath the hood that you can see. And so he starts seeing this entity, like, even in broad daylight, that's just like kind of staring at him, but then like disappears in shadows or behind buses and stuff like that. And so rather than what he did last time, which was hide this information for the longest time, he actually goes and tells Rebecca. He's like, hey, this is going on, I'm seeing this entity, I don't know what it is, and last time this happened I nearly died because I didn't tell you, so I'm telling you. And so the two start going everywhere together, which they kind of already did that, but even like places that are like a block away from where their headquarters is at, they would go together because they need to, like, she's like, well, I need to stay with you in case something bad happens. But even when Aaron says that he can see this entity, Rebecca can't see him. So it's like even when he can see, like, she can't, which is strange. And so one night Aaron wakes up in the middle of the night for seemingly no reason, and he sees like and so he looks out his window to see if anything outside woke him up, and he sees that his building is in a forest now, which is strange. He leaves the building, and so he leaves his apartment building, and so he walks through the forest. There's this very vague looking path, and so he walks through the forest for a little while, and eventually he sees like a light in the distance, and he walks up to the light and he sees a campfire with logs surrounding it, and then there's like bigger logs that are used as like almost like seating, in a further ring around the fire. And so as he approaches further, he sees the shadowy entity that he's been seeing, sitting on one of the logs, and the entity like greets him, and Aaron asks like, who are you? And the entity just doesn't even respond to that question, and it tells Aaron, here, sit down, here's like, and just like reaches behind his back in some sort of like hammer space type situation, reaches behind his back and like pulls out a stick with a marshmallow on the end. Is like, you want a marshmallow? And as this is happening, Aaron's like sitting there, and he starts like feeling like inexplicably scared, like to the point where like he knows in his mind that he shouldn't be scared right now, but something in his body is like causing him to be extremely scared. So the entity like sighs, and like, because like it seems to almost feel his fear, and tells him, you're letting your nerves get to you, you can't do that. And Aaron just like continuously like starts getting more and more anxious, more and more scared, and the entity like becomes frustrated. It's like, come on, it's like, and it says, don't make me do this. And Aaron shakily asks, like, what are you talking about? And the entity is now frustrated, and it reaches behind the log and grabs a crossbow and loads it with an arrow with a glowing red tip. And so Aaron stands up, because he knows like this is a weapon. It's loading a weapon right now, and so he stands up and clenches his fist, ready to fight. And the entity stands up and says, I've been called a lot of things over my existence. Some call me a shadow, some call me Phobos, which is the, if you weren't aware, that's the Norse god of fear, essentially. Some call me the boogeyman, but it says, but there's one name that I love being called the most. And Aaron asks him what that name is, and the entity just replies, fear, and then shoots Aaron in the shoulder and knocks him to the ground. And then Aaron wakes up, realizing that that whole thing was some sort of nightmare, but like extremely real. But when he realizes, oh, that was just a dream, he still feels like pain in the shoulder when in his shoulder when he got shot, and he checks the area where he got shot, and there's actually a physical wound there. Not bleeding or anything, but there is still like a gash in his shoulder. And so he goes to Rebecca, who's in a different apartment in the same building, and she helps him like patch it up, and the two go out into the woods around the city to find this entity that's called itself Fear. And so they walk to the nearest forest, hoping to find Fear and kill him, or do something to stop it before it can torment anyone else. And so when they arrive in the woods, what was the early morning, where the sun was like at least somewhat in the sky, seemed to instantly become nighttime again. And so Aaron and Rebecca like exchange glances, like that's weird. So now Rebecca can see like the sky has turned dark, and so they exchange glances like that's weird, and then they look back to the woods to see the slight glow of a campfire further in the distance. And so Aaron can suddenly see Fear standing in front of him. Rebecca can't still, and Fear like waves, just kind of like excitedly waves, and then disappears into the shadows. And Aaron looks at Rebecca and tells her like, I just saw him. You need to stay here. Whatever this is like it wants me. I'll take care of it. And so Rebecca reluctantly agrees. Aaron kisses her before they go. Or before he leaves her at the edge of the woods to go into the firelight. And so Fear greets him and offers him another marshmallow the same way that he did in his dream. And Aaron angrily asks him, like, what do you want? And Fear responds, the reason for his appearance is important, but Aaron's not allowed to know yet. And so Aaron starts to feel nervous again. He's starts to feel that same sort of anxious feeling that he had in his dream. And Fear says, you're doing it again, you got to stop that, which from an outward perspective, it would just look like Aaron was just walking or like standing and like pacing. So there's clearly something Fear can feel that is not outwardly expressed. And so Aaron gets angrier and just lunges at him, just like gets really mad, lunges at him. And Fear disappears from in front of him and then reappears behind him and slashes him with a dagger. And so Aaron just attacks more and more, but Fear, like his punches, his whatever he does, doesn't seem to have any effect on Fear. And he the more he punches, like the less damage it seems to do. And Fear clearly has an upper hand, but he's not really using it to his advantage at all. Because all he's doing is just barely nicking Aaron with his blades. And so, but Aaron eventually had to accept, clearly I'm not going to be able to win this. But his anxiousness and his fear seems to have gone. Like he doesn't feel scared anymore. And so Fear recognizes this and happily continues fighting. Only now that Aaron doesn't show or have any fear, the attacks that Fear does, all the slashes and stuff, don't do any damage. Even a full dagger slash to Aaron's chest doesn't do anything. It doesn't cut him at all. Nothing. And so Aaron realizes this and then punches him, and Fear takes a lot of damage from it. He gets hit pretty hard and falls to the ground and stuff. And Fear finally puts his hands up, throws the daggers down, puts his hands up and just smiles, and stands back up and immediately congratulates Aaron. And Aaron angrily questions what the heck is going on? What was that all about? And Fear replies that this is what he wanted all along. This is what needed to happen. And Fear then explains that he only appears to people who are about to face a very, very big challenge. And so his goal is to ensure the safety of others by getting one person to face true fear. And so Aaron doesn't understand. And Aaron's just kind of what does that even mean? And Fear just all he says is one instruction: prepare. And that's all he says. and with that, he vanishes into the shadows, and the light of the morning returns. So it just kind of like as soon as fear leaves, the campfire like goes out, and the morning, like the sky that was originally dark just goes back to being morning. And so when he vanishes, Aaron returns to Rebecca, and she embraces him, like happy to see him safe. And Aaron tells her like whatever, like what fear told him, that he ensures the safety of others by getting one person to face true fear, and tells her like apparently something big is coming, and he told me to prepare. And she just tells him, whatever's coming, we'll face it together. And with that, that is the conclusion of the fear storyline. And I'm gonna give you a little bit of a spoiler here. The next storyline is the final one that I've got for this like video. So the big thing that's coming happens in the next storyline. The next storyline is the battle for Earth, and it's probably my favorite. I feel like I've said that about like all of them, but the battle for Earth is like the culmination of a ton of different things that have been that have happened in previous storylines. And I'll just say, before like the original video, like the original video of this like storyline explanation that I made, the battle for Earth was like right after the first time the Dark Lord appeared. Like it like the Dark Lord first appeared, and then they beat him, and then right after that it was the battle for Earth, and they beat him again. And I didn't like that. I didn't like how that was kind of like the conclusion of like or like not the conclusion, but I just didn't like how that was ordered. And I wanted the battle for Earth to be a lot bigger than it was originally, than it was originally. And so that's why I rearranged the stories, and added a lot of details that weren't there before, because I want the battle for Earth to be like huge, and it's super important. A lot of stuff happens, and it's really cool. So with no further delay, let's just go ahead and get into the battle for Earth. Okay, so get ready. This is the battle for Earth. This is the longest story of the whole video, and it's probably the most like detail oriented and fleshed out of everything. So if you haven't been paying attention so far, pay attention for this one, because there's a lot of information here that leads up to the end. So anyway, let's go ahead and get started. We start off with our friend Thomas, who we haven't seen since the Darklings attacked Aaron, I believe. And since his initial introduction and helping the team with the first fight against the Dark Lord, he's quite a bit older than the other members of the team. He's probably about 10 years older than the rest of them. And he has started like a nonprofit organization, it's like a soup kitchen and homeless shelter, kind of like just a general like homeless shelter, soup kitchen, just kind of like whatever he can do to help people. That's what his organization does, essentially, or to help people that can't help themselves. And so we open with him working at his organization. He's giving people food, stuff like that. And so he's working one day, and then all of a sudden he feels something strange. He just kind of has this weird feeling. And one thing that you should know about ancient magic, which is again the powers that he has, that allow him to see despite being blind. The ancient magic, I don't believe I've mentioned this already, but to use ancient magic, one has to devote themselves to the service of others. And one part of having these powers and devoting yourself to service of others, you need to know when threats arise so that you can help others by eliminating a threat. And so ancient magic will essentially warn a user of an incoming threat, and that way they can prepare to take action to neutralize that threat, to save others. And so he takes a break for a little bit, and he goes to meditate, because the ancient magic can warn you ahead of time, and then you can go and delve yourself into the magic itself and see the actual scope of the threat that you're dealing with. So he goes and searches his magical senses for the source of this feeling, like what is causing this to happen. And after a few minutes of searching, of meditating, he gets a vision. And in the vision, he sees an army and the Dark Lord. And that revelation of the Dark Lord is alive, and he's preparing to take Earth, to attack Earth. And that revelation, like, this is bad. This is not a good situation. So Thomas panics, because we thought this guy was already dead. Thomas already knew that the Dark Lord existed prior, he already knew that the Dark Lord existed because ancient magic is essentially like a hive mind, where you have access to knowledge that other users of ancient magic have. And so he already knew about the Dark Lord. He thought the Dark Lord was dead. He thought they killed him. But the realization that he's alive, that's something that he had no idea about. That's an issue. So he leaves his work and he runs to the recruits, and he tells them about his vision. He's like, this is a bad situation. And so Aaron and Rebecca look at each other as he's telling them this, and they realize this is what fear was warning them about. This is the big thing that fear was talking about in the last storyline. And so Plasma asks, what do we need to do? And Thomas responds, prepare, which mirrors what fear told them in the previous storyline, as a forewarning for what is happening right now. So the team starts devising a plan. They're scrambling. This is like, they need to know. They need to figure out what to do. And so Thomas is searching deeper in his magical senses to see what, like, how much time do they have to prepare. And so he manages to access knowledge of the Dark Lord. And so the Dark Lord does not yet have the capability to travel to Earth. He's stuck in his actual home dimension, with his army, but he's got this army at his side, and he's just waiting. And the army is made of demon-like creatures that are created in his home dimension every time he takes a planet. So whenever he wipes out a planet's population and completely, like, annihilates it, that a new creature in his home dimension is born. And so this army is full of probably 100,000 to 150,000 members. And if you do the math, take into consideration that each of those planets that he destroyed probably has a population similar to Earth, that would mean that his kill count would be I believe 800 quintillion or quadrillion, maybe 8 quadrillion, something. It's somewhere in the quadrillions. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. And so anyway, that just gives you a scope of how, like, terrifying this dude is. And so he has this powerful army at his side of these demon-like creatures, and Thomas tells them that gauging the Dark Lord's power at the moment, they have about 2 weeks to prepare for the fight. And so the group decides well, we can't let this guy on Earth's soil. If we let this guy on Earth's soil, it's going to be over. The fight's going to be over before it even starts. So we need to take the fight to him. And so, and then if we take the fight to him, we can probably catch him off guard and have a little bit of an upper hand. So Thomas tells them they won't be able to take the army to the Dark Lord, or they won't be able to take on the army and the Dark Lord with only the 5 of them. And so Rachel, who's just finding out about all this Dark Lord stuff, suggests that they ask for the help of superheroes across the world, because like I mentioned previously, there's superhero teams all over the world. And so Thomas says that he can use his powers to contact other users of ancient magic. He can kind of like communicate with them, and he knows that these other users of ancient magic will have felt the same sort of thing that he's feeling, and they can warn other people about what's going on. And so Plasma remembers some of his friends that he met years ago before he went to Earth, or before he came to Earth. And so Aaron, Rachel, Rebecca make a plan to intercept news stations around the world in order to get their call to help, their call for help to be seen by as many people as possible. And so the group split up and the race is on. So Rachel, Rebecca, and Aaron make their way to a news building to find an unused studio, and before realizing none of us know how to use like this news equipment, and so they're kind of trying to like, what do we do? And then a voice calls from the shadows, and Timothy walks in the light, and says that he knows how these things work. And so they're like, what are you doing? How are you even here right now? And Timothy reveals that he had been secretly sneaking into the recruits' headquarters when none of them were there, or in some instances when they were there, in order to kind of work on stuff that he left there, take stuff that he had left, or just kind of be there, because he doesn't reveal this, but he secretly misses that life of being as a part of the recruits. He misses his friends, stuff like that. But he reveals that he had been listening into their conversation that like earlier that day about what's going on, and he knew that the news thing was going to be like, that would be very important. So that's what he was doing there. And then he saw that the 3 of them come in, and he was like, oh, okay, so this kind of works out. And so the team kind of reluctantly like, okay, you can help. And so they broadcast the message. Timothy is able to set it up to where it like intercepts news stations all across the world. And they just ask all available superheroes to come to their location as soon as possible, so that they can prepare for this fight. And so days go by. Plasma eventually returns with an alien-looking spaceship behind him. Somehow he managed to get that past the U.S. Government. Maybe they tried to intercept him in midair, and he was just like, "Hey guys, this is okay. I know these guys. They're my friends." Something like that. But he introduces the people that exit the ship as Axon and Zag. These are the guys that helped him find Earth all those years ago, and so they were his friend. Yeah, they were his friends that introduced him to Earth. So Axon introduces himself in very surprisingly good English, and so he reveals, and that's kind of because they, like I mentioned previously, probably they have quite a bit of knowledge about Earth and like Earth culture. They have databases of Earth languages. But they do that for every planet that they visited. So, and because of their incredible intellect, they're actually able to like learn all these different languages really well. And so it's really like he's really good at speaking English. And then Zag signs to Axon what he wants to say, like using a form of sign language. And as he's signing, Rebecca notices that his sign language looks very similar to American Sign Language. And that's because Zag's planet got wiped out when he was very young, and then Axon's species saved him. But Zag's species actually uses sign language to speak because of the shape of their mouth. It doesn't allow them to actually form words. But when Rebecca notices that this sign language that he's using is very similar to American Sign Language, Axon is like, oh yeah, their culture and their planet, like the natural state of their planet was very similar to Earth, so that he probably his language probably shares a lot of similarities to English or to American Sign Language, because of the similarity of culture and landscape, everything like that. And so she starts talking to Zag, like she starts using her sign, like American Sign Language, because I probably mentioned, like the very first story, her parents like put her in pretty much every situation to help other people that they could, and that involved her helping people with disabilities. And so she actually learned American Sign Language in order to be able to communicate better with people with hearing loss and stuff like that. So she's able to communicate with him using American Sign Language, although Zag can actually understand English, he just can't speak it. So she figures that out eventually, and she starts talking to him in English. But she gets really excited that she can understand what he's saying, and Zag is like really shocked by this, and he gets really happy that somebody else that he had never met before understands him and can talk to him, and that's like a rare occurrence for Zag, of him getting so excited. And so Axon then explains, hey, we've got an army, they're getting ready to leave our planet, we just came here early, so they could have like a location they could track our location of where to come to. And so the team starts to build as like the first like non-American superheroes, or the first like superheroes from the US, and the first non-American superheroes start coming all to the same location. And so they Thomas gives them a place to sleep in his homeless shelter, and then they also use some of the apartment, like Aaron and Plasma actually start sharing the same apartment room, because so that they can have a spare one for just whoever needs space. And then Rebecca and Rachel start doing the same. They start sharing the same apartment room, so that they can have another extra room. And so Rachel and Rebecca, like one night, just kind of like just as they're kind of laying there, Rachel and Rebecca start talking about Aaron and Plasma, naturally, as you would, as you would expect, and vice versa. So the two guys start talking about two girls start talking about two guys, as you would expect. And so Rebecca like complains that she and Aaron had been together for like nearly 7 years at this point, which hopefully hopefully the timeline kind of makes sense for everything that I've been explaining. But it's been nearly 7 years since the first storyline, and he showed no like indication of like wanting marriage or like to propose, anything like that. And so she's just kind of like, I wish he would like take that like step. And then Rachel complains that Rachel's situation is a lot more is a lot worse, I should say. Not really worse, but like her situation is a lot more complicated. She is very clearly interested in Plasma. Plasma is very clearly interested in her, but Plasma's being really awkward about it. He doesn't really know what to do, because he's not a human, and he's like, even though he's been on Earth for all this time, he's still like kind of trying to figure out Earth emotion, like human emotions and stuff, and he's never felt this like attraction to somebody else before. But even though she's interested in him, she could make the first move, but she's scared because, like, as you would expect, the two most, like, what's supposed to be the most caring relationships in her life, her father and then her now ex-boyfriend, have both like ended really badly, whether that be her father being a psychopath, a narcissistic psychopath, or her ex-boyfriend being a narcissistic like person and being very egocentric. And so she's like, I could like make the first move, but I'm scared to. And so meanwhile, Aaron tells Plasma like that the exact opposite of what Rebecca thinks is going on. He had actually bought a ring, and he had like talked to her parents about marriage, to which they like said sure. But he's just like, he like every time that he's wanted to ask her, he's chickened out. And Plasma tells Aaron, you can't stop chickening out about asking about asking her, like, you've been together for this long, like it's not like she's gonna say no. And then Plasma tells Aaron like, but I can't really talk because I keep chickening out trying to like make a move with Rachel. And so the two just kind of like are like, after sitting there for a little while, they make a deal that after the battle, if they all survive, everything goes well, then they would both do what they wanted to. Like they would both, like Aaron would propose, Plasma would ask out Rachel, and that would be it. And so as the days go by, more and more superheroes from across the world join the group, and they start running out of space, but it's okay. And so the group starts, like, soon becomes comprised of nearly 50 superheroes, which is a lot, when you consider that a whole, like pretty much like a large section of the United States was protected by only like, what, 4 or 5? And one of those 5 was also like helping other countries at the same time. And so when you consider that, 50 superheroes is quite a few. And so the heroes were each provided, like, when they all are like get there, like when they arrive, they're each provided with an earpiece that Tim actually developed in order to allow them to hear. Like, it's an earpiece that essentially translates to a selected language automatically, like it translates to whatever language the person speaks, so that way they can communicate with everybody easier if they don't know English, or just whatever language. If like someone from Japan is talking to somebody from Germany, then those two could communicate really easily with those earpieces. And so when the day of the battle comes, and when Axon and Zag's army arrives, like a big spaceship lands in an opening, like near the city, but not where it's gonna like interfere with like traffic or anything. The army makes their way down, and so the team like makes their way to an empty gymnasium. Civilians at this point have figured out what's going on, partially because of the news broadcast and partially because they see a bunch of international superheroes coming to this one place, and they're like, what's going on? And so people eventually figured it out. And so like civilians are like standing in the streets, and they're like applauding everybody as they walk to this empty gymnasium so that they can have enough space for everybody. And so Thomas makes his way to the front, and when the army was fully ready, he uses his ancient magic to open a portal to the Dark Lord's home dimension. And so through the portal, there was a very completely barren landscape. The atmosphere and ground were like a really deep grayish purple. There was like a haze that made it difficult to see far in the distance. And the ground was like sandy. It was like it had like, it was particles of like sort of like sand, and there was like a slight shimmer to the actual ground, and that was coming from a purple light source that seemed to have no origin. It was just, like the light just seemed to be coming from nowhere. And so as the whole army starts stepping through the portal, in the distance, or when they step through the portal, they notice that the dimension actually has like a ceiling to it, which is strange because, like, think of like the Nether in Minecraft. I know that's a strange comparison to make, but when you go in the Nether, there's the landscape, but then there's also a ceiling above you, so you can't actually see, like, there's no sky. Think of like that, but completely barren, like completely flat, devoid of any sort of like texture besides the sand itself. And so, but as they're walking through the portal, and in the distance they see a singular pair of purple eyes cutting through the haze, cutting through like the fog, and then as the purple eyes get slightly closer, it's joined by like thousands of pairs of magenta eyes that appear behind it. And so the purple eyes come closer and closer, and a humanoid shape appears around them. And the Dark Lord slowly comes into view. And this Dark Lord stands at over 9 feet tall. And I'll try to convert that into meters in my head, but I know 3 meters is 9'9", and so that's like, think about a little bit less than 3 meters essentially is how tall this guy is. And he's a lot more muscular, a lot more powerful looking than the version of the Dark Lord that they fought all those years ago. And so clearly the original version of the Dark Lord was not like the real one at all. And so a booming voice echoed through the darkness, speaking in English to those who spoke it, but like, think of it as like, if you speak English, you're hearing this voice. This guy doesn't have a mouth, but you're hearing this voice coming from him, and you're hearing it in English, but at the same time, whatever he's saying is also being, like, you can also faintly hear it behind the English voice, in every other language, like every other language. And it's just a really disorienting feeling, but you can hear what he's saying, but everybody else can also hear what he's saying in whatever their native language is. So it's just a very strange feeling to actually hear this guy talk. And so this booming voice says, "You've made a grave mistake coming here." And Aaron shouted out and tells the Dark Lord he won't make it out of this fight alive. And the Dark Lord replied, "You think you're special? Every member of my army is a planet I've destroyed. You're nothing. I will not have my destruction denied me." And with that, the army of creatures slowly formed out of the haze, like, and some of them look like dogs, like they're all on all fours. Some of them were bipedal, but they still had very large arms that kind of hung down to the ground. So they were almost they were like, they could be on all fours, they could be standing up on 2 legs, just depending on what the situation called for. And then some were extremely tall, like up to like 12 feet tall, and they were just towering over the other members. And there were a lot fewer of those big ones, but there were enough to where it was like, this is intimidating. And the big ones were a lot wider, a lot less like inherently muscular, and more just like large. Think of like Kingpin from Marvel. That's kind of what kind of build you're looking at. And so anyway, so the army of creature comes out of the fog, behind the Dark Lord, and and so they all start running. The army of Earth starts charging as well, and the fight is on. And so, Army of Earth, with the Army of Earth, the ancient magic users stay behind everybody else, and so the users of ancient magic stay behind and create a shield, a barrier between the army's fighting and the portal, because the way that this dimension works, unless you have a specific power level, unless you have enough energy to do it, you can't get out once you get in. So if they were to close this portal, nobody would be able to open it back up except for the Dark Lord, like eventually, after like probably millions of years. So if this portal gets closed, they can't get out. So they can't close this portal no matter what, which is a very big risk when the Dark Lord is trying to get through that portal. Like, where he wants to be is through that portal. So they create a shield, using their magic power, like using their abilities, in order to create a big enough barrier to keep the Dark Lord out. But as they do that, the ground suddenly starts to crack around them and starts to like a big area, like in line with the shield, starts to crack. And they realize the Dark Lord is terraforming the ground to and so the area that the ancient magic users are standing on, along with the portal, raises up out of the sky and becomes like this, essentially like a plateau, like above everything else. So the Dark Lord is flying above the battle, and he uses his terraforming powers to terraform the ground and make this big plateau. And so he rises up into the air away from the fight, because he's trying to preserve his energy. His weakness, like I mentioned before, his weakness is time. And so if you get this guy going like in a fight for long enough, then he eventually becomes too weak to continue. And so once the recruits and the Army of Earth realizes that he's trying to preserve his energy, Aaron calls to Plasma and is like, hey, we need to get the Dark Lord into this fight as fast as possible, so that he is forced to use his power and we can start chipping away at his energy. But the Dark Lord believes that his army can handle the Army of Earth, and so he's confident, and he doesn't really feel like he needs to be a part of this fight. And so Plasma though manages to fly through and kill like tens of creatures at a time, like 50 creatures at a time in like big giant bursts, which Plasma needs to conserve his energy as well, because he's on a similar like scale of or a similar way of energy usage as the Dark Lord, where he doesn't need food or anything, but if he goes for too long using more and more power or more and more energy, then he's gonna eventually collapse. But he uses these big bursts to take out a bunch of creatures at a time, and the Dark Lord is like, if they're good, they're starting to take out more creatures than I thought they were going to. And so after several minutes, the Dark Lord finally flies down and lands on the ground in a big explosion that sends people flying. His creatures and members of the Army of Earth, sends them flying back in a big explosion. He lands on the ground and he joins the fight. And so Aaron then says over their earpieces, he tells the Army of Earth, the Dark Lord is in the fight now. No one can fight him one-on-one for long at all. But with his one-man army power, a group can't fight him either. So you can't fight him with a bunch of people at one time for a long period of time, and you can't fight him one-on-one for a long period of time. So the strategy for fighting the Dark Lord has to be, you run in, hit him really hard a couple times, and then leave as fast as possible, not giving him a chance to like reciprocate any attacks. And so, but the Dark Lord starts like plowing down the army, defeating like superheroes to fight them, following the strategy. He's managing to like take them down, no matter like, even though they're doing everything they can to not allow him any chance to. But eventually Plasma steps in and begins like just grabs the Dark Lord and like flies in the air and starts fighting him one-on-one, because Plasma is essentially the only one whose power level is high enough to fight him for an extended period of time. So Aaron is eventually slashed between his neck and shoulder, like right in here, right in the trapezius area, with his like across his back, like all the way down. But it's like it starts right here, like essentially a creature jumps on his back and like the claws dig in right here, and as it falls off, it scratches him down his back, and so that tears his suit up pretty bad. But he's managed to kill quite a few of these creatures. But he suddenly, like as he's fighting off more, he hears really loud thumping, and he looks up and he sees two of the giant ones, like the big like kingpin looking ones that are like 12 feet tall. He like looks up and he sees them running after him, or like running towards him, and so he calls for Rebecca, who's the closest to him. He's like, "Hey, I need help," and she starts trying to get she starts trying to come closer, but she's attacked by a bunch of smaller creatures, and essentially like she's out of commission for helping him. And so he's like, okay, well, I guess I'm fighting these guys on my own. And as he's preparing to just take them on, a big massive like something falls out of the sky and lands in between the creatures and Aaron, and sends up a giant cloud of dust and sand. And as the cloud of dust clears, Rhinor stands to full height in between the creatures and Aaron. Now, Rhinor, we haven't seen him since the initial fight with the Dark Lord, and he's supposed to be just free and like not interfering with anything that's going on Earth. He's supposed to be just kind of like around by himself. And Aaron like exclaims his name, like, "What are you doing here?" And Rhinor now has this like backpack mechanism thing that like is like a chest plate and then wraps around onto his back, that has a robotic, like, think of a Dr. Octopus like claw like arm thing, essentially like a tentacle with like a robotic tentacle with a big 3-pronged claw at the end. He's got like one of those on his back. He says that he found in like whatever wreckage of his ship that he actually crashed on Earth all those years ago. Apparently he that was just in there that he forgot to grab, or that he didn't grab initially. But Rhinor like runs, and he makes quick work of the brutes, which I'll be calling the big creatures. I'll call them brutes for now. And so he makes quick work of them, and he sees the Dark Lord nearby fighting off several alien warriors at once, and so he runs to fight, and the two engage. And the Dark Lord is first caught off guard by the robotic claw. He's actually using it to a significant advantage. He's doing a lot of damage to the Dark Lord with this robotic claw, because the Dark Lord wasn't expecting it. But eventually he manages to catch it and rip it off, and the Dark Lord and Rhinor is like, okay, and he just ditches the chest plate and the back plate. But as he's charging forward, the Dark Lord shoots a laser beam or an energy blast and blasts him back to where Aaron is. And so Tim yells over the comms, at the army of Earth, and he's like, "Hey guys, we're falling behind. I've got a calculation of the Dark Lord's power level, and we're losing people fast. And this guy's not like his power level is not going down fast enough. We need to do something big." And Rhinor suddenly realizes like there's a way that he can significantly reduce the Dark Lord's power level. And so he looks at Aaron. He goes, "I have an idea." Aaron's like, What do you got?" And he says, "I'm the most durable thing on the planet. I am the most durable thing that the Earth has ever seen." He said, "It would take a lot of power to kill me." And he said it, and he says, "Enough power to get that guy down a peg or two." And Aaron's like, "No, you can't just like make that kind of decision without being sure. Like you can't just like say that you're going to sacrifice yourself without being completely certain that it's going to work." And Reinor's just like, "Good thing I am certain." And Aaron tries to interject, and Reiner just says, "Look, kid, you're not the only one that I've hurt. You're not the only one here in this battle that I've hurt. Probably half the superheroes here want me dead, to be honest. And like this is what I deserve." He said, and it's best, like, if this is what I deserve, it's best to help save a planet while I'm at it. And so Reiner starts to walk towards the Dark Lord, and Aaron, despite this being the guy, like the monster that killed his entire family and caused him so much trauma as a child, he starts getting emotional. Tears start welling up, and he turns the other way, and Rhinor just calls back, "Hey kid," and Aaron turns to look at him, and he's trying to hold like a stern expression, but you can tell that it's like he's struggling, and all Rhinor says is "Thanks for the second chance," before turning back and just running full force at the Dark Lord, and grabs the Dark Lord's shoulders, and just holds himself onto him. No matter what the Dark Lord tries to do to get him off, he just grips into the Dark Lord's shoulders as strong as he can to hold himself on. And the Dark Lord starts to realizes this guy's not getting off, and so he starts charging a bunch of energy, and Rhinor starts punching him, and like tearing away at his body, to try and force him to use like his healing capabilities to give him to use up more energy. And as he's like waiting for the Dark Lord to blast, he sees a small window and then just yells for everybody. He just yells out, "Everybody get down!" And then an enormous explosion followed right after he finished that sentence. So the Earth and Inverse Army, which the Inverse is the name of this dimension. I don't know if I've actually mentioned that or not. But the Earth and Inverse Army members are sent flying away. Any of them that are nearby are sent flying away in a big cloud of dust. And as the dust cleared, a tired-looking Dark Lord, noticeably tired now, he's kind of like hunched over. He flies away as the body of Rhinor falls to the ground, with his final words being those to protect others. So plasma is eventually struck out of the air by one of the Dark Lord's energy blasts, but when he gets hit by it, he realizes, once he's on the ground, that he's actually absorbed the energy of the blast. And so he flies back up and releases that excess energy that he just got in a massive explosion, which injures the Dark Lord quite a bit. And the two continue to fight after the explosion while the Dark Lord's trying to heal himself. And eventually the Dark Lord starts trying to fly towards the portal, but Plasma gets in front of him and grabs him and sends him flying in the complete opposite direction. And he's just continuing to hold the Dark Lord, and they fly for like minutes. And as they're flying, they fly away from the battle, away from everything, and the atmosphere starts getting darker and darker. And just before the atmosphere gets to where it's almost black, the Dark Lord realizes, oh, this is bad, and brings them to a halt and slams Plasma on the ground. And he says, "You could have just killed us both," or he said, "You could have just killed killed both of us and every single other person in this dimension right now. And they turn, and Plasma's like, what are you talking about? As he's pinned down, and the Dark Lord explains that beyond the ground that they're on right now is what's called the Abyss. And so when the Dark Lord arrived or created the Inverse, he ran out of energy like just before he could finish creating the entire dimension. And so the Abyss is where his energy ran out, and he was unable to finish, or he was unable to complete the actual dimension. And so beyond the Abyss, anything and everything ceases to exist. And so if the Dark Lord were to go beyond the Abyss, the Inverse would just would begin to crumble, because the Dark Lord is not only his power source but its creator. And so without the Dark Lord, the Inverse would just fall apart. So if Plasma were to take them into the Abyss, the Dark Lord would cease to exist, and so would the Inverse and everyone in it. And so he charges and actually manages to teleport, which uses a lot of energy, but he actually teleports. He teleports right back to the battlefield and approaches the portal and starts just beating the shield as hard as he can. And after several minutes, he is actually able to break through the shield, and Thomas realizes like what's going on, and so he tells the other magic users, hold the shield, like fix the shield, hold on to it, I'll take care of this. And so he prepares for a fight, and so Thomas creates a big legion of like projections of magical warriors, and all of these magical warriors go and fight the Dark Lord. And so the Dark Lord is injured slightly, but he manages to fight through all of them. But before he can strike Thomas, he gets trapped in like this magical like cylinder essentially that reaches all the way to the ceiling. And he starts banging on it, and it's like the shield. He can't really break through. But it's a different type of shield than the one that the other ancient magic users have created. So he starts attacking the walls, and Thomas like calls for assistance, like, Plasma, I need your help. And so Plasma comes crashing in eventually. Like he just managed to get back from the edge of the Inverse. And so he flies in, and the Dark Lord, and like as he comes crashing in, he like blasts the Dark Lord, and Thomas is like, keep this guy at bay. I'm trying to do something. And so the Dark Lord managed to reach his arm through, but as he reached his arm through, the shield like closed back up around it and cut his arm off, and it just falls to the ground. And so he's like holding his now like severed arm, and so he starts trying to regenerate his arm back, but before he could regenerate, Thomas called over the comms. He's like, everybody needs to brace right now. And then an enormous beam of golden light comes from the top of the cylinder all the way down and just hits the Dark Lord like straight on, and it fills the entire cylinder, and it's just this massive beam of golden light. And so after several minutes of this beam of light being like present, Thomas finally stopped it, and after he opens the barrier, or disintegrates the barrier, he falls to one knee, just like completely exhausted. And as he's sitting there, like trying to regain his strength, he says, I can't sense the Dark Lord anymore within where that shield was, and there's a big cloud of dust there because of that giant beam of light. And he's like, I can't sense the Dark Lord there. And so Plasma goes over to investigate the cloud of dust, and then from within the cloud, two purple eyes materialize, and the Dark Lord starts regenerating, walking out of the dust, and he just regenerates his entire body from nothing. Like he just completely regenerates himself. but now he's like got bags under his eyes. He's very noticeably tired, um, and he's like very slouched over. Despite that, he starts going for an attack, but Plasma manages to strike first, and he breaks both of them through the shield, and back to the ground. And when they hit the ground, the Dark Lord gets attacked by Zag, who was able to pin him to the ground and actually rips off his leg at the knee and starts beating the Dark Lord with his own leg. And so the Dark Lord, but then the Dark Lord blasted him off and like starts regenerating his leg. But since he can't walk until the leg's fully regenerated, he flies up into the air, and he blasts energy onto the ground from above. And Plasma like goes over to Tim and he's like, hey, he has an idea. The Dark Lord, he knows the Dark Lord wouldn't hit him with another energy blast after knowing that he can absorb it, and then redirect it. But Tim has an energy redirection like function on his suit, on the right arm of his suit. Essentially, blasters can open up and they can actually absorb energy and then combine that energy with the power of the Wanderer Stone in his suit, which he's now using the Wanderer Stone again, because they need all the power they can get. But combining the power of the Wanderer Stone with the energy that he collected within his suit, he can create a really powerful blast. And so Plasma's like, I know you can absorb this and redirect it. Like, we can do that. And so Tim flies up and gets the Dark Lord, and eventually gets the Dark Lord to power up a really strong blast and shoots it at him, which Tim is able to collect. But the sheer like energy surge from the blast itself actually causes his suit to malfunction, and forces it to reboot, which it keeps the arm piece that absorbs the energy operates as its own thing, so it's actually able to keep the energy contained, but the rest of the suit needs to reboot, and so he starts falling out of the sky because he doesn't have thrust anymore. So he starts falling to the ground, but he manages to regain, the suit fully reboots, and he manages to regain flight right before he hits the ground. And so Plasma flies up right after he hits the ground, and Tim shoots the beam at Plasma as he's flying up, and Plasma absorbs it, causing like a really big surge of energy, and the Dark Lord manages to, like, as he looks and just barely sees Plasma before he gets hit, and then pinned to the ceiling, and then Plasma yells for everybody to get down or everybody to look away, because this amount of energy would be really damaging to anybody's eyes who doesn't like have some sort of like protection or some sort of like superpower that would protect their eyes. And so he goes up, pins the Dark Lord to the ceiling, and just expels all of this energy, and like really like damages the Dark Lord. And so as the dust from the ceiling is settling, the two of them fall out of the sky, and land to the ground. And both of them just kind of are limp when they hit the ground. And so Aaron and Rebecca run over to Plasma, and they're like, do you need help? And he's like, no, I've got this. I just need to lay here for a minute and like regain my energy, just kind of recover for a minute. And so the two run back over to Tim and join him, who was looking straight ahead when they go over to him, and he's just sitting there watching the Dark Lord stand back up to his feet. And so Tim flies at him. But the energy blast from earlier had significantly damaged his suit, to where essentially this entire arm is just like messed up, on the suit, not on his body, but the suit itself. This entire arm is just basically out of function. And and so the suit was really damaged, and even the thrusters on his back were pretty damaged. But he was able to use the thrusters for a big jump, and he was able to punch, and he activates the blade, and he's able to use the blade, and he cut the Dark Lord across the face, across the chest, across like a bunch of different areas on his body. And the Dark Lord knocked him back, and Tim retaliated by firing off these shoulder pods, several missiles at the Dark Lord, and they exploded and not only damaged him, but like significantly clouded his vision because of the smoke. And Rebecca runs towards him next before he's able to regain his sight. And she lands several hits, teleporting all over the place. And when Rebecca teleports, her momentum is preserved, and so she's able to just continuously hit him over and over from these different areas. And she can teleport in midair and can keep the momentum, and so he has no idea where the next hit's going to come from. And she lands a really strong kick to his face before teleporting behind him, and he turns around preparing an energy blast, and he reaches out his arm, but then a sword comes from out of nowhere and just slices his arm clean off. This is the second time he's lost an arm in this fight, and so he yells in anger and pain, and he turns and sees Rachel flying with several discarded weapons like spears, swords, all sorts of things, just floating around her. And she's like got her hand out like this, and she's holding all of these weapons and floating off the ground. And he looks at her. He says, "You'll die for that." But before he could do anything, before he could even regenerate his arm or go in for an attack, Aaron runs in and lands like a fiery punch straight in his chest, and sends him like just flying back. And the four stand in front of him, between him and the plateau that the portal is on, and he just like yells, "I'll kill you all." And then a voice from behind him says, "Are you sure?" And the Dark Lord turns around to see Plasma's regenerated, and he's flying above him with lightning filling the sky. And Plasma calls on the comms, and he's like, "Everybody get to the portal fast. Everybody just needs to go." And the Dark Lord and Plasma start to fight again, and so the other members, and so as the army of Earth is leaving, the members of the recruits stay. As everyone runs past them, and eventually the Dark Lord becomes furious and explodes a massive energy pulse from his body. But Plasma just stands there unfazed and just looks at him and says one thing: "Big mistake." Okay, I had to pause there for a second. My throat was starting to get scratchy. I had to go get a drink, but let's continue. So Plasma just absorbed a big blast from the Dark Lord and said, "Big mistake." And so after he says that, he goes and grabs the Dark Lord by the throat. He's flying. He grabs the Dark Lord by the throat and performs a similar explosion to what the Dark Lord did, but bigger. And the blast sent the rest of the recruits back into the wall of the plateau. And the blast was so big that cracks started to form in the wall. And the integrity of the plateau mountain thing itself started to fail. And so in fact, like the entire dimension started to kind of appear cracked. It wasn't like breaking or anything, but it looked like little cracks, like as the Dark Lord got hit with that blast, like started to, like, the integrity of the dimension itself started to fail. And then suddenly a massive piece of the actual plateau like broke off of the mountain itself and started to fall. And so Tim was far enough away from the piece of rock to be safe, but Aaron, Rachel, and Rebecca were all like in danger of being crushed. And so Plasma entirely stood up and then turned around just in time to see this big piece of the mountain falling down. And so he zaps towards them and creates a triangle between himself, Aaron, and Rebecca, the three members of this team with super strength. Besides Tim, but he's not present there. And so the three kind of exchange nods at each other, and then like they all put their hands up and just kind of brace for impact, and they catch this giant piece of this mountain, and they all like scream in pain as their muscles are like physically like struggling to hold it above Rachel, whom they're protecting. And so Aaron yells at Tim like, "Hey, you need to come! Like, we need help." But as Tim starts running towards them, because his flight abilities have been damaged, he can't really fly over there anymore. As he's running over there, a stray rock falls and crushes his leg and breaks his leg, and now he's immobile. And so the Dark Lord rises up from the rubble from Plasma's explosion and starts taunting the recruits for their failure. Rebecca like yelled like, "Hey, even if you get past us, like you have no, like you gotta take on the rest of the army that's beyond the portal." And the Dark Lord like is like, "Whatever, I'll take care of them when I get to it." And he attempted to fly away, but now he lacks the energy to actually fly. And so he starts to realize the severity of his situation. And so Plasma, in the meantime, looks at Rachel, and he says, "Rachel, you have to lift this rock. Like, you have to use your telekinesis. You have to lift this rock." And she's like, "Are you crazy?" Like, in a Scottish accent. I can't do a Scottish accent, but in a Scottish accent, just so you can kind of get a sense of the situation. Kind of put yourself in the situation. She's, "Are you crazy? I can't lift this." And he says, I have a plan, but it's like I can't execute the plan unless you like at least try to lift this rock." And Aaron all of a sudden screams, and his ACL, the same muscle that like tore when he fought the Dark Lord the first time, the same ACL, because it was inherently weaker from being torn already, tears again, and his ACL tears, and so it causes the rock to shift closer to the ground, and now Rachel's like even closer. It's even closer to Rachel, and Plasma's like, "Rachel, you can do this. You have to lift the rock." And she said, "Not even my dad could lift something like this. I don't like," and she's like stammering. But Plasma's like, "You don't have to believe in yourself, because I believe in you." And Aaron joins in the conversation. He yells at Rachel, "Rachel, this thing's coming down whether you try or not, so there's no harm in trying. Like this thing's coming down whether or not you try. It's in everybody's best interest to try. You can do this." And Rebecca joins in, and "You're the strongest out of any of us, physically and mentally, Rachel. And like, I know you can do this." And Tim hears this argument going on, and he like yells from across the battlefield. He takes the Wanderer's gem from his suit. He opens up his suit, takes the gem out, and then places it in his gauntlet. Takes the gauntlet off and throws it as far as he can to the group. And he's like, and he says, put it on, and it'll enhance your power. It'll enhance your powers, hopefully enough to where you can lift this rock, to where you can lift the rock. And so Rachel like uses her telekinesis, brings it to her hand, puts the gauntlet on, and like worriedly, she like raises her hands up and starts using her powers, and a big like glow of reddish purple energy starts forming around the rock, and it starts and so it started lifting out of the hands of the ones holding it up, and so they cheered her on as Rebecca ran over to Aaron. She helped him up because now obviously he's like really in pain right now. She helps him up and brought herself and him out from under the rock. And Aaron goes over and he lifts the boulder off of Tim's leg, and helps him up. And Tim thanks Aaron. And the two kind of like exchange like a nod of like respect, of like mutual respect. And so Plasma yells at them to go, like, you guys got to get out of here. And so the three start making their way up the side of the mountain where like there's less of a vertical ascent. And so as they go, they start ascending the mountain towards the portal, but Rachel stays behind, and Plasma is like, you need to go, and she refused, and she says, not until you ask me out. To which Plasma is like taken aback. He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, how did you know? And she said, are you kidding? You couldn't have been more obvious. Plasma was like, well, I planned on doing that after we, like survived this fight, because we're not even sure if we're going to survive at this point. But Rachel at this point has become a lot more confident in, like, she knows Plasma has her best interest in mind. And despite all of like the trauma and the PTSD that's telling her otherwise, like, she knows like Plasma has her best interest in mind, for lack of a better term. And so she says, I'm not leaving until you do. And Plasma's like, well, in that case, do you want to like go get coffee sometime or whatever? And Rachel just kind of smiles and is like, yeah, I'd like that. And so with that, Rachel, like with her hands still up, she closes her fists, and all of a sudden the rock that she was holding just crushes into like hundreds of pieces, probably thousands of pieces, but just a ton of pieces. And she like maneuvers her hands to kind of make them go down and behind and around her, and then sends them all at the Dark Lord, who just gets pelted with all these giant boulders, and he was blown back. And Rachel starts walking towards the portal, and she turned one more time to look at Plasma, and she says, promise me you aren't going to pull some sort of self-sacrifice move after I just like got myself all excited for that. And Plasma says, I'll do my best, and he kind of just laughs it off. And she says, I need you to promise you'll come back. And Plasma's like, okay, I promise. And so Rachel is like, okay, and then smile, and she continued to go back up to the portal. And so now Plasma turns and looks at the Dark Lord, and like the two of them just kind of like are looking at each other, just glaring at each other. And without saying anything, he flew and took the Dark Lord all the way away from the portal in the opposite direction, like he did before, straight to the edge of the inverse. And he's kind of like, at this point, the Dark Lord is barely mobile. Like he whatever Plasma does, the Dark Lord can't like pretty much can't fight back. And Plasma's very tired, but so is the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is more tired than Plasma is, and so Plasma at this point is essentially holding him by like his flesh, over the edge. And the Dark Lord just kind of like laughs, and he's like, "Are you really gonna do this after you just made that promise?" And Plasma just looks at him, just absolutely furious at this point, and he says, "Without hesitation," and then he grabs the Dark Lord's shoulder and rips off a large piece of his cape, and then drops him into the void. And he wraps the cape around his hand, and then without any hesitation, just books it back in the opposite direction. Like this, he's flying faster than he ever had before, and like as he's flying at near light speed, he's like looking down. He's seeing cracks appearing in the landscape and things starting to crumble and fall, and so the dimension starts falling away, and it reveals like underneath it's the void, as the pieces of the dimension start to fall down. And so the few remaining creatures that hadn't been killed start disintegrating, and they're trying to run from their fate, but obviously they're trapped in there. They can't run away. And so, but just at the edge of the mountain, he's meters away from the portal, he just collapses out of exhaustion. And he looks through the portal, and he can see Rachel, just like looking at him on the other side, like with fear in her eyes. She realizes he just fell down. He's out of energy. He can't, like, he's done. And he's trying to crawl towards the portal, but cracks start appearing around him, and pieces start falling away and like kind of separate between him and the portal. And then all of a sudden he noticed like he's surrounded by the cracks, and then like the piece of land that he was sitting on just falls away, and so he uses every ounce of his strength and just tries as hard as he can to fly, and he manages to fly just a little bit and slow his descent, but like only just temporarily. He just like fizzles out. But as he's falling, all of a sudden a purple glow appears around his body, and he looks up to see Rachel at the edge of where he just fell down, holding out her hand, and she pulls him up, and they both jump back through the portal, just in time as the dimension collapses in on itself, and Thomas closes the portal, and they're all safe. Everybody's okay. So Thomas closes the portal, and the army's last view is the collapse of the inverse completely. And so fast forward a few days, everybody's kind of like getting like tending to their wounds. Like there's nurses and people, and there's medical professionals present. Everybody's wounded pretty bad. And so everybody's getting tended to and making sure that nobody's gonna like bleed out or anything. And so they've all been treated at this point. And as kind of nurses are just like walking around, making their rounds, like, hey, are you okay? Hey, do you need help? The recruits all go and stand up on a makeshift stage in front of the whole army. Rebecca helps Aaron up on his, because Aaron's on crutches at this point because of his messed up leg, and like she kind of holds him up to ensure that he's like able to remain standing. And so the team like kind of like they have a microphone, and they just like they do a little bit of a speech, and like they deeply thank all of the members of the army for their help in the battle. And they say, the world may never know what the heroes did on this day, but the heroes would. Like, all of them would know what they did. And so from this day forward, the heroes, the fallen and still living, that participated in this battle, would be known as the saviors of Earth. And as the speech concluded, Aaron like reached into his pocket and pulled out a small case. You guys know what's going on at this point. So he pulls away from Rebecca and like sets down his crutches and like struggles down to one knee and proposed, because he said he would, and Rebecca obviously says yes. And so everybody just applauds. All the saviors applaud. And so as the saviors start departing back to their homes across the world, and then also the army of Axon and Zag are leaving, or preparing to leave, the recruits went to go say goodbye to their new alien friends, and Rebecca goes up to Zag. I'd never really mentioned for time and just like relevance's sake, but Rebecca and Zag had a whole like friendship thing going on. They were just like, because she was like the only human that could understand what he was saying. She was the only member of the recruits, and not that she was the only one that could speak American Sign Language, but they had like a friendship going on, and he's kind of sad that they have to leave now. But Rebecca goes up and gives him a hug, and come to find out, Zag had never experienced a hug since his mother, who died on his planet when it was ransacked. His tough, like the tough facade that he'd been putting on for the longest time finally broke, and he returned the hug. And when they when they step away, he like signs to her, "Thank you, sister," like as in these two have become essentially like some form of family, if you want to say that. And so Rebecca, like, obviously that would break somebody. She starts crying, and she gives Zag like a small bracelet that she had made, and she holds up her wrist. She's wearing a matching bracelet. She made friendship bracelets for the two of them, and Zag like thanked her again, put the bracelet on, and Plasma said goodbye to Axon, and Axon and Zag departed with their army, and then Aaron turns to Tim and he's like, hey man, I forgive you for what you did. And the two like shook hands. Tim's like, thank you, and he kind of apologizes for all that he did. And Aaron asks him, are you gonna be returning to the team? And Tim is like, I don't think so. And he's like, the rest of the country could use some more heroes, because at this point most of the heroes are concentrated in this one area. And so Aaron's like, yeah, I understand, but told Tim like, you can come back here anytime you want to. And so with that, the remaining 4 heroes, Aaron, Rebecca, Rachel, and Plasma, just kind of sit in their headquarters, and they're just kind of wondering what to do next. And so Plasma, who was still running on 0 energy from the battle, at this point he's basically just a normal human, with all the energy he expended in the battle. So it's going to take him a long time to regenerate from that. But he suggested that once everybody had recovered, because Aaron's already obviously got his injury going on, but once everybody's ready and good to go, he suggests that he could follow up on his offer to take Rachel to Japan, but it could be like a whole like group trip, with the 4 of them. And so Aaron, Rebecca, and Rachel all like love the idea, and so they settled on that, and that's it. So with that, I should make it clear right now that that is not at all the end of this entire storyline. Like, that was kind of like the end of this big arc. Think of like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You had the Infinity Saga, and then now you have the Multiverse Saga. This is kind of like in like the ending of this big arc storyline, and now we're getting a new big arc storyline, where these characters go on more adventures, with like all the experience that they've had in the past, leading up to now what they're going through in the future. So the main 4 heroes the main heroes that we have left, at the end of this storyline are Aaron, Rebecca, Plasma, and Rachel, and they're kind of who we're going to follow, going forward. And I should mention the Japan trip that was mentioned at the end of this storyline. That's actually the next story will take place in that Japan trip, and that storyline is almost finished. I've been working on it, but it just wasn't fleshed out enough to where I felt comfortable including it in this video. And also, I think the ending of this sort of like saga, I guess, I felt like it was best to end it at the end of the Battle for Earth, rather than starting up the next like chapter of this story, and then ending on like the first part of that next chapter, if that makes sense. So this is by no means the end. I've already got 2 stories that I'm working on, the Japan one and then the one after that, which I probably should finish the Japan one before I start working on another one, but you know, it is how it is. You come up with ideas and then you just kind of gotta roll with them. But with that, I really hope you guys enjoyed this. If you've made it this far and you are interested in this, please do me a favor and subscribe if this is anything that is of interest to you, because this is what I do. Most of the lore stuff will be posted on Instagram before YouTube, so if you want to, go ahead and follow me on Instagram as well. It's @Aarondoesart_YT. But yeah, I love doing this, and I really hope that this interests you guys too. But with that, that's it. That's all. That's what I've got so far. So hopefully that interested you guys. If you like this kind of content, just hit me with a subscribe, or just a like on the video. Leave me a comment. Tell me what you thought of it, and yeah, thank you guys for watching. Peace.